pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this, just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this, just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck.
You just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low five.
Yeah. Let's get out of here.
Ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this, just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this, just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck.
just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
And away we go. Oh my gosh. I had it on loop and I forgot how to turn it off. Hello, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this new picture, my new screensaver on my computer, my new background. Let me just double check stuff here. Oh my goodness, what's up? What is up? What is up? I only had 5 hours to prepare and I had too much time to prepare. Oh my goodness. Like I was ready to go and then I saw CN going. I was like, must go watch. Look at this. Perfect. Oh my God. I sound amazing. I'm so excited. Something in the air tonight. Oh my goodness. I feel it just everywhere. Tingling all over. Something is happening. So check it out. You guys like this? Oh my gosh. Take note of the squirrel, the shark. There's lots of pies. There's sunflowers, some peace. There's a moose, and Canadian and American flags because relations have never been so great. And there's a bald eagle. And what is that bald eagle carrying? I'm not sure. Carrying a fish. Look at that. That's by special request. And oh my gosh, was doing AI stuff. Here, check it out. Check these out. So I did this. I kept doing the same thing, and I kept picking the ones I liked. Oh my goodness! Wait till you see this. Oh my goodness! So it starts. So that's the one I like the most. So here, it started with this. Like, okay, so I asked AI to give me like a snowman and all this with the top hat and carrot nose and stuff, and it put the noses carrots on the sunflowers, and it put the hat on top of the snowman, and then it put like a party hat on the snowman. What do you think of that one? That's weird, eh? It's so weird. It put the carrot noses are in the sunflower. So I changed the wording. I changed the wording, and then I got this. This wasn't bad. And then I changed the wording again. I wanted, I kind of wanted to go without, this one's cute. The shark, and this was my favorite. He's cute. He's really cute here. There's a beaver, there's pie, there's tropical fish. But then I realized I had to word it differently to get the fish, the bald eagle carrying the fish. There's a good one coming up soon. Yeah, there he starts carrying the fish here, I think. And so this shark, but now this one's weird because his arms are carrots. I don't know. AI is still getting good. And there's more. You guys like that? Here, I'll just go through them. What is this one? There's this one. I don't know what he's got going on, but again, the fish being carried, I believe, is there. That's so funny. There's this one. See, this is cute. This shark is getting cuter. Shark is cute. That's not bad. So I'll do a thing. Now, this was kind of weird. Whatever it is, I wanted the Aurora Borealis in the background. This is good because it's got the twigs for arms. This is good. Not bad. Or there's this one. But this one, the shark has the shark has a baseball hat on for some reason. I didn't put anything about that. But now the fish is back in the bald eagle's claws. That's always a good one. Oh, this was one of my favorite ones, but it didn't have my banner on it. Oh, it does. It little. I might be able to do something with this one because I do like the big mouth of the fish is wide open. It's like a salmon, it's like a big, huge fish. That was the best one for fish, anyways. Because this is good. They're all pretty neat. So I'm gonna have to go through them. I've taken screenshots of them all, and they're all magic. Right? Look at them. Except some of them get weird where they, like, look at, he's put a top hat on the moose and the beaver to the right there. There's a top hat and there's a party hat on the shark. So, but there is a fish in his claws. But they got a top hat on the moose and the beaver for some reason. Oh my goodness. This one's pretty good. Actually, this is the one I was going with. This is the one I'm going with because if there's any real big mistakes, it's all kind of perfect. The banner I liked, that was working, right? There's this. It gets kind of weird again. You said pop. No. That was it. I typed in Canadian beaver. No. Canadian. It's a beaver. It's a Canadian beaver. This was not bad. This one's. They're all pretty good. This was my favorite. Which one is it? I want the cool banner. Which one? This one. No, that's not it. Fuck. Once I get used to these, I won't have to keep doing this. Where'd you go? This is it. It's gonna stay like this. All right, guys. This is it. Thank you all for being here. You guys happening. That was great. Eh? See, I'm doing that. That was great. Honestly, he makes great videos, that guy. Makes great videos. And that part where he had all that writing, I would have definitely did a read for him if he wanted. I think he mentioned something like that. I don't know if he was joking, but I would. I'd be so honored. Oh my goodness. Have I said anything, everybody? Hello. Squirrel is cute. Everything's working, eh? Yes, the beaver is Canadian. Yes. Well, I'll tell you why, V, because only because of this. This is like, for me, like when it points to Like, this is my little guy, right? Where is he? This. 1 second. And this. And I put this. This will make sense in a second. For V. This is, how I'm known, right? There. You have to see it in the chat. That's for me, right? That's how it ended up there, I believe. It just kind of just showed up for no reason. Totally wasn't. It was a lot to read. Yeah. I couldn't actually, because I had to go away. I had to run away from my computer for a second. So I kind of was wondering why the silence was there. And then I came back and it was like, oh, so yeah, it would be good. Like he's got energy. He's got content. He's got lots of stuff. But he says, I guess for some reason he doesn't want to talk on his videos or whatever. But I mean, I told him, dude, if he ever were to request from me, I don't know what he was saying. If he was saying, if CN said I should talk, like I can go back and get some of my old videos and kind of make clips, which I probably should. I'm going to learn how to do it. Find like the highlights, I guess, or if he was mentioning that I do talk ups, I mean, I'll let him know if that's ever what he wanted. Because he said he doesn't talk in his videos. So, and AI voices are kind of weird sounding. So I'll definitely recommend it. I will definitely say it. If he wanted, I would be honored. I would only be so lucky as to, have somebody want me to talk. If he wants me to read something for a video, I can do it here on my live streams, and then he can clip them. If he ever were to want that, I'm not sure what he was saying, but anything that would be great because I love those videos he makes. He fucking makes those like feature films. Those are like feature films. Some is why it gave us a baseball hat for US because it's American. True. Good point. American is, yeah, because I did ask for American stuff. I did say top hat for the snowman, and I did say Canada loves US. But I mean, I guess I don't know. But the AI is like, if it's so easy to do this, why? I don't know. I don't think it's so good. Because I won't say any names. No, I don't want to say any names, but other people, when they do those AI videos, I'm not a huge fan. If they do too much of the AI videos, boy, you know what I'm saying? So enough of that. So I've got this ready to go. What I'm going to do is just read, because I skipped this. Oops. And it's all about the sketches. For some reason, I skipped this. It seems interesting. It should be perfect for me to read. So what time is it? It's only 3 a.m. where I'm at. 3:15 a.m. Hey, Noe, what's up? Hello, bro. Welcome. You've been around a lot. I guess being out of the clink, being a free man, we're gonna see you lots more. How you enjoying yourself? Was it everything you remembered? Not that you weren't in that long, but it must be hard. I'm a big baby. I couldn't even handle 5 seconds. So I'm glad you made it through. And I was watching every one of those Alex appearances. And when Dee Dee didn't screw up the audio, I watched every one of your appearances like on the phones, when you called into Alex, especially. And you had all those pictures and books. Man, you were doing more stuff in there than I've ever done out here. So sounded like you were ready to write movies and do productions, and you're drawing pictures. So that was great. An active mind like that is a good thing. Mimi, what's up? What is up? Everyone. Wait. Oh. Don't you dare. But I don't know. I think the AI is too much. I think it's cute, but there's a couple of them that gets kind of weird where people, I don't know, they don't even look like themselves. So I don't know. If I did something, I'd want it to look like me, not like I don't know. Sometimes it looks a bit weird, honestly. So to use it once or twice is cute, but I don't know. I think if people are going to overuse that AI, it's just, honestly, like, look at me. I read. That's all I can do. I admit it. If I started doing AI to make, it's not too much AI is just not good. So anyways, I'm going to read this, guys. And this is the it's all about the sketches. What was it again? Oh, sorry. I'll bring this to my other screen. Sorry. And I'm ready to go. I actually had too much time to think about this one. So then you get too much time to prepare. I only had 5 hours because I was going to start at 11. Oh, I had 4 hours because he started an hour before me and went 5 hours. CN did. This is one of these here. It is, I believe. Oh yeah, this one. Sorry, this one. No, it is the one next to it. Shoot, what's it called? This one, the motion hearing. Yeah. So whatever this one was. So I have it open already. It's called the right before the trial stuff popped off about all the sketches and all that stuff. So I didn't cover these because I jumped. So I've done the jury stuff, right? But this is out throughout the trial. Everything I prepared that I'm going to do is throughout the trial, and it's this one here that I really missed. So, and I don't recall if I did this one everywhere because this is about the jury and this. No, I did this one. Yeah, I did this one, but I was going to start here. Okay, guys. So if that's okay, just so you know, again, I'm just going back. I finished everything. I kind of jumped through everything, and I'm sorry. I definitely skipped a lot of stuff. I had no idea. I didn't plan on doing. I just started reading, and I'm glad you guys are here and at least enjoy talking in chat. It's all I can do, and I enjoy it. So I have to stay up all night. I'm working, so I just kind of started going along, and I definitely skipped a few important things, and I've got them all ready. And it starts with, I'll leave this up right now. So all of these things are what's in this. Teresa Liebert talking about where she's seen her sketch. I have them all ready to go. Betsy Blair talking about stuff, the sketches. I have it all ready. So that's what we're going to talk about here. I definitely skipped this. And if you're interested, please stick around. So this is about the day before the trial. After the jury selection, they had a bunch of things, right? So this is the day before the trial, and it's all I have. So I'm going to read. And everything in this folder is stuff that I've skipped. So once we're done this, Nicole is going to find us a new case, and we're going to deep dive and do it properly this time. I'm going to find a case with stuff like this available where we can get the documents. And now I've learned how to, just keep order, to save things. I've learned so much. Honestly, I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious. Just working the StreamYard. Oh my God. So just working the StreamYard, sharing audio, just doing things, right? So I've learned so much. Hey, Michelle, what's up? So that's where we're at. Dee Dee, did I say hello? Did I miss anyone? Sorry, Dee Dee. Hi. What's up? What's up? So we got everyone. Boom, look at you guys. So again, if you just want to come and talk about anything, doesn't have to be about what I'm talking about, guys. Just enjoy yourselves. If you have music you want to listen to and mute me, that would be, oh my God, or there's another live you want to listen to and just chat here with these lovely people, I'd be honored. So again, I'm just going to catch up on stuff I've missed. I've gone through it, and I'm going through it. If I'd thought of this beforehand, I would have done it properly. But hey, the next trial, I don't want to do a bunch of cases, but we're going to find one. Nicole and I are looking for one good one where we can get the documents, maybe get some video, the proper uncopyrighted video from the trials, like from the courts themselves, the government. Watch it for like a half an hour, and then start the show off with a video to watch of one day at trial, and then like read that day's transcripts, and then I'll probably try to do things better. Like maybe I won't go on every night. Maybe I'll go every other night. And one day I'll spend preparing the next show, and I'll have, stuff like this ready to go. So I'm trying, and I hope you enjoy anything, even just coming to talk. Okay, guys? I know we joke a lot. I say a lot of dumb stuff, but look at Carol. Hello. Welcome. I love you found me. Let's do it. You're back. All right. So this is it, guys. This is what I can do. I can read, right? Oh my God. I got some fresh cola candy here. And let's do it for the people. So catching up. Stuff I missed. October 17th, like just right before the trial. The stuff about sketches was popping off. So away we go. Some guy Plants or Platts, Thomas Plants. So they start right. They swear. Oh, so there's something about female guards in that too. Right at the end of the last one, they do this. They go off the record. And at the very end, they start going on about female guards. So this is where I left off here. It was like the day before, so it would be the 16th or something. After the jury stuff, but this happens right at the end. Then they start going on about Judge Gull at the end of that last day. Okay, and this is just going to be, I'm swearing in Leslie Ross is one of our bailiffs. Since she's not a sworn officer, I'm going to go ahead and administer an abbreviated oath to as bailiff because she's a female and we have females on our jury. And I want to make sure that the females are cared for by another female. So, Leslie, oh, that's what it was. Okay. So that, yeah, obviously, there's, that makes people feel more comfortable, right? Yeah, you don't want these guys lording over you, especially if they're sitting there one night at 11 p.m. and you have to write some emails for your work back at your hotel room. And a bailiff's got to sit there and watch you if these people are, So, Leslie, if you would raise your right hand for me, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties for perjury that you will keep the jury, in this case, together in the jury room, in the courthouse, to furnish them with food as directed by the court, to permit no person to speak or communicate with them, to speak or communicate with them yourself only by the court order, or to ask them whether they have agreed upon a verdict, and to return them into court when so ordered. I do. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you. You are now sworn in as a female bailiff for the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. So they finished that day. Then the next morning, it starts up 8:43 a.m. 8:43 a.m. Look at that. Forever love you. 8 is infinity. Love you. Boom. Look at that. Forever love you. Let's start this October 17th. So the day or two, there's some stuff about sketches. And we're going to do this. Oh my goodness. Last check. Look at you guys having fun. Thank you guys for being here. How many people are 140 people? Oh my goodness. CN was great tonight. Look at you guys. That was such a fun chat. I forgot how much fun it was to just kind of talk and chat. I haven't been able to do it as much lately. Just such the pressures of being a influencer and a creator, personality. I read stuff. So the pressures are there. So, all right. So this is the court. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the record in the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. Lots of numbers. 1, I'll show the defendant is here in person with all his respective counsel. The state's here by their elect, and the deputies. I've been in touch with the bailiffs, and the jurors are slowly assembling downstairs. When everybody with the bailiffs, when everybody gets assembled, they have indicated they'll notify me so that we can have them brought up and we can swear them in. I know that we have several matters that need to attend. I know the state's motion in limine regarding composite sketches was the only motion that required evidence, correct? Mm-hmm. Yes. We'll get ready for that. Boom. So I believe, definitely, let me just double check here. Just double check. It's got to be on page 125 I used to go to. 125. Right. So what's going to happen here is some of it's going to feel like it's after the trial started, but these are like things that I definitely skipped that weren't like trial things. Just want you to know that. So like trial day 1 was the 18th, but on the 17th they did this. This is what I'm reading now. There's a brief, and I skipped these. Or it's it's probably this one, the motions hearing. Yeah. And then there's possibly stuff like this, but if it's not a huge deal, this is about the sketches here too. So yeah, this is it. So this is the one I got to pull up too. So first, I believe they do this first, right? This is the 99 page. Yeah, this is what I'm doing. And then there's this. So the brief in response to the motions, OJ files this, I guess, after, or before. I'm not exactly sure, but let's see. The brief in response, this one. Brief, yeah. So when is this filed? At 10:17 at 5:30 p.m. So this is at the end of the day. So after this happens, we'll read that. So this is what I'm doing, guys. Again, I'm talentless dope. This is all I can do. Right? And I know if you guys at least have a place to hang and talk with each other. Kelly, hello. That's what I offer. And I know you guys are here and you appreciate something. And I appreciate you just being here. All right. Just know that this will get much better. I'm just going through and getting all the stuff I skipped. So like the trial starts like tomorrow, really, right? But I'm not doing any of the trial stuff because we did it. But anything good here, they did like at the end of the day, like filings and orders, I've skipped them all. All I was doing was going through and doing a trial. I skipped motions in limine. So that's what I have going on here. Right before the trial and during the trial. And, just after the jury stuff finished a couple days before this, the jury selection right here. The jury selection was the 14th and 15th. Then there was a day off on the Wednesday. Then the Thursday, Thursday they come back and stuff just starts happening. And I was lost. I didn't know what to do. So I skipped all these things. But this is what we're reading now. A motions hearing from the day before the trial starts. And I have all the exhibits and stuff. And then OJ files this brief afterwards. So that's where we are, guys. So 99 pages. I don't know if I can get this done and this done today. And then, I will take any suggestions if I miss them. Oh my gosh, guys, just know that I'm doing this all by myself, kind of, like reading, and I'm not, it's on a whole other monitor. All I see is this white page. I don't see chat. I don't see anything. So just know if I don't respond to you right away, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just a dope, and I will try my best, okay? And away we go. So, Diener, anytime you hear the prosecution voice, it's Diener, Gutwine, or Luttrell or whatever, and McClellan. And the court and law enforcement have a yucky voice. Anyone from the defense has my lovely regular voice. All right. Okay. So why don't we? Did I read all this? Yeah, because I read this that we are. Yeah. They got the female guard in. Then they have the bunch of stuff they got to take care of. Then trial starts, but we're not doing any trial stuff because I'm just going to go through and get all the filings I missed or skipped and didn't understand were as important. Okay. Okay. So why don't we take that one up and get started? And then we can break as soon as I've been advised that all of the jurors are here. Is the state ready to proceed on its motion? Yes. Is the defendant ready? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. State would call Thomas Plants. Questions by Mrs. Diener. Miss Diener. Mr. Plants, would you please state your full name and spell your first and last name? Thomas Plants. First name, he spells it. Last name, he spells it. Thank you. Are you a law enforcement officer? I'm a retired special agent and a forensic artist with the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Oh my God. So I'm going to try my best to find sketches and show you what we're talking about because this guy is a sketch artist and there's probably a bunch of different guys, right? Could you, for the court's benefit, go through briefly your education and professional history related to forensic art? Okay, I obtained a bachelor's of fine art degree from the Indiana State University. I worked in the commercial art and printing field for approximately 5 years in 1995. I joined the ISP, where I held the positions of forensic artist, trooper, sergeant, investigator, SWAT team member, and field training officer. I was in the ISP for approximately 9 years. In 2004, I joined the FBI, where I took the position of special agent and forensic artist. I was assigned to the Knoxville division for a number of years. The Detroit division, the remaining 17 years of my career were spent there. My investigative duties include national security investigations, criminal investigations, bank robberies, violent crimes, public corruption, just a litany of investigations I'd be responsible for. Oh boy, so he's more than obviously he's doing lots. And artist. I also had side duties of responsibilities where I was an instructor for the FBI, an adjunct faculty instructor from the training division where I taught investigative interviewing, interrogation, forensic art, and law enforcement instructor programs. I was Let's see here. I also, during that time, I did temporary duty assignments in Washington, D.C. for a number of months in the Counterterrorism Division. I worked in a couple other special programs within the Counterterrorism Division throughout my career. Oh boy. Look at you guys. How's everybody doing? Look at you guys. Everyone having fun? Everything going good. Look at you guys. Awesome. Wonderful. Great concert. You go see lots of musician stuff, eh? You're always talking about musicians. Share away. Something about you had coming to Canada and Brian Adams. I saw you. I always love it. Love it. You guys make my chat so interesting. Thank you. Anything you guys want to talk about? No, he's a big musician. I think you guys are all got some music blood in you, eh? Wish I did. But, man, oh man, love it. And when I read the replays, trust me, if I miss it now, feel free because I'll catch up. I will catch up. If I miss it now, I'll read it in the replay, okay? So, I love reading you guys' comments, especially the ones I've missed. So, and I'm so grateful, is what I have to say. And also, as an instructor, I was stationed at the FBI's Academy in Quantico, Virginia. That's a great name, Quantico. Come on, gotta give them that. Quantico. And I love Tippecanoe and Quantico. Those are great words. Virginia, where I help with the instruction of new agent trainees and intelligence analysts. During the ISP, I received advanced training in interviewing forensic art. Same thing in the FBI. I went to standardized forensic art trainings provided either by the FBI or the agencies. I attended over my whole career. I have attended numerous forensic art seminars or conferences as an attendee or also as an instructor. I retired in March of 2024 and currently am a consultant where I provide consultation for government agencies for national security investigations and also forensic art. So, sorry, it's back to I almost didn't switch. Question, Diener. So, over the course of your law enforcement career, forensic art has been a responsibility or a specialization of yours, but always in conjunction with traditional law enforcement activity. Is that correct? Exactly. My primary responsibilities were a normal field agent and carrying on investigations. With regard to forensic art, side note, I'm the first and only special agent in the history of the FBI that was qualified to actually perform forensic art for the FBI. Oh boy, we have a civilian staff in our laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, composed of forensic artists, but I was the only actually investigator, a special agent, to ever be qualified to do that because of my background and my education. Okay. And so, how many forensic art images have you created over the course of your career related to law enforcement investigations? I would, it would be approximately 400, is what I think the number would be. And is there a special technique that you use when working with a witness to create a composite sketch? Yeah, it's an investigative technique called cognitive interview. And in the area of forensic art, since you have been both an instructor and a student over the course of a long period of time, is a cognitive interview something that every sketch artist related to law enforcement uses? No, it's excuse me, it's encouraged, but there's no regulatory means of every forensic artist to has to use a cognitive interview. Excuse me, sorry, I had to get something. Oh, just had to reply. Thank you very much. So I know there are probably numerous forensic artists across the country or across the world that don't use a cognitive interview. When you are instructing at a seminar for law enforcement, specifically in the area of forensic art, do you instruct people on how to use the technique and the importance of it? Yes, it is. It is one of the primary components of my instruction and of the process that I use. It's also an accepted technique by a lot of national forensic artists. It's the cognitive interview. In my opinion, it's just as important. A complete and thorough cognitive interview is just as important, and the results from that interview as is the actual composite drawing is. So they almost have, in my opinion, the same thing amount of weight. So basically, this is probably where they're like he's probably being able to understand what the person's saying, and they're using those charts where they pick it's like they got the lines right, and they pick the eyes, the nose. They go through all the noses, and I guess that would be an art in itself, being able to communicate with and understand and kind of find what the person's describing, and then show them, and they can because they have like hundreds of nose shapes to pick, and you've all seen those, right? It's like a binder, and they're going to lay over different kinds of eyes, and then they have but 5 different slots, and it makes up kind of what the person would look like, sort of. And he did a good job, because Betsy Blair seemed to think or if this is him, I'll have to find out exactly, because there's probably a few different sketch artists, but as is the actual composite drawing is. So they almost have, in my opinion, the same amount of weight. So briefly describe for the court what the cognitive interview process is. Okay, a cognitive interview is where the interviewer, tries to elicit as much information from the witness by encouraging an open cognitive narrative or an open cognitive dialogue where you educate the witness. Yeah, just what I was saying. So give examples to the witness of what cognitive memory is, and explain the process, and explain the expectations of what the time frame and what it takes. But ultimately is to take that witness back into the context of the moment of the incident or the event that they were involved with, quite literally trying to put them back in time to that moment. So it's important to start off with, and when I do an interview, I'll talk to somebody probably it's been hours, just getting to know them, finding out what I call their operating system, how they process information, how their memory seems to work with them, whether they're a visual or a literal person. Some people like to tell stories. Some people draw maps. And when you talk to them in that initial phase, you get a feel for how they present their material. And I try, and then tailor the interview towards their strengths and away from their weaknesses. But ultimately, I want to take them back to that moment. Actually, even before that moment of the event, the hours and the time leading up to the event, through the event, and even after the event, explaining to them that they need to tell me their account of the event, which with as much detail as possible. that no information is insignificant. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Well, it's hard. It's hard to draw people's faces. It really is. And even just getting cars right. I mean, I'm a car guy my whole life. And it's hard to draw cars and get the proportions right. And yeah, my buddy was an artist. We were growing up, and I was so jealous. Not jealous, but I mean, to see how he did it. Like he would start off by, he would just, it would just look like a, oh my God, it looked like a statue. Like that guy would, like an exact, like a person, like he did it so really good. It was amazing. And I tried to draw cars growing up my whole life as a kid. I've loved cars, and it's just so hard. I can do the toy cars when the proportions don't have to match. It gets big, huge tires and just, but when you draw a real car, it's not easy. It really is hard. So sights, sounds, and smells, feelings, emotions, the environment, everything that they experience in that event. I want them to tell it in the highest degree of detail possible, even if they feel that those details I might not want to know. I want to know anything that's in there. And by doing that, it takes them through that process, through time, and that content reinstated, context reinstatement. So oftentimes in police interviews and as investigators, we want to know certain facts like, what did the person look like? That's a great thing. Yeah, when you're trying to drive. Yes. What car were they driving? What was the plate? All these things that we need for our investigation. And oftentimes people jump right into that moment, which is almost like jumping in the middle of a story that you're telling without having the environment and the layout of the whole story ahead of time. And what's important to realize once you get to know the person and talk to them and build rapport with them, you understand how they process information. And maybe, for an example, maybe someone starts to talking about the smell of the event. If there was gunpowder or blood or something else that triggered them. Even though I think, in my mind, that's not important to me as an investigator, I want them to do that because the most important, they're called memory codes, that when a witness or a person experiences something, they form a number of memory codes. And the memory code that I might want as an investigator might not be the primary memory code, and that witness is going to feel is their priority. Excuse me. Sorry. So the important part is to let them unpack their memory codes that are important to them. And when that happens, I describe them as dominoes. So once that initial domino, which is more important to the witness, once that falls, it starts to knock down other memory codes, and eventually it'll get to the things that I want to know about. But during that cognitive interview, I'm not interrupting them. It's not a standard police interview. I'm not asking questions. It's not a back and forth. We've set the scene. I had them lay out their whole cognitive narrative. I encourage them along the way. Guided retrieval, but I don't interrupt. You can imagine when you've told a story to friends or family, and you're halfway through it, and somebody stops you and asks a question. It messes up your cognitive recall. It messes it up for your flow, and you forget what you were talking about. So it's very similar to that. I let them say the whole open narrative, guide them through it, and then when it's done, then I can circle back and maybe start whittling down into questions that I want to know about. So if you imagine a triangle, and at the top of the triangle is the open narrative, sight, sounds, smells, feelings, and everything that the witness experienced. And I'm just going along for the ride listening. Perfect. Sorry. Then when it's over with, then I can go back and I can take down, whittle down, or funnel down specific points that I want to know about. Maybe it's about a vehicle maybe it's about a location. Mm. All right. Perfect. Sorry. In composite drawing, uh, it's about the individual. It's about not just the face, but everything I can derive from the individual, from the witness, about the suspect from the witness. So it could be their demeanor, their mannerisms, their speech. If there was other people interacting with them, it goes beyond just the physical of what they were wearing. It's what I call a human profile builder. We try and check as many of those boxes as possible when I whittle down. That way, the communication that's happening with me, between me and the witness, is more clear in my mind. So the drawing, composite drawing portion of it doesn't happen till much later in the interview, after the cognitive interview. So it sounds like that's very different from your traditional law enforcement interview for gathering data from a witness about a particular event. That's correct. And so, what factors impact the witness's observation that you are trying to arrive at for the purpose of your composite sketch? Well, I think the one of the basic things to understand is that through memory, we do three things. When we encounter an event, the individual encodes it, they store it, and then they can retrieve it later. And I'll break that down. So encoding means an event happens. Let's say that one of the lights in here fell from the ceiling and crashed to the ground. I see it, I encode that information. Then I turn around and I store it. You see, if Gull had cameras in the courtroom, you'd be able to look back on the video. Because if you think of this as file cabinets, so I'm seeing what's happening, I'm encoding it in memory codes, I'm storing it in a file cabinet, and then later, someone will ask me about it, maybe an investigator, and then I have to go back and I have to retrieve that file. So the considerations when dealing with any individuals is we all call encode, store, and retrieve in our individual way. And when I say that, it's a person's education, their background, their race, their gender, their age, all their experiences in their life with trauma, good things, bad things, that all makes up who you are as an individual. So, back to the example, if that light fell, everyone in this courtroom would encode that based off of all their experiences in life. You would also wear that each individual person stores that information in that file cabinet. You do it from the same filter or lens of your life experiences. And then when you're asked to retrieve that later by an interviewer or investigator, where you decide to put it in that storage area and how you decide to bring it back, that is also influenced by all those different factors and that filter or that lens. So memory is not an audio video recording. So there could have been a camera up here that watched that light fall and crash, and it would have had the actual event. But everyone in this room would tell the story and encode that information differently based on their experience. And so are there also things like the opportunity of a witness to observe just environmentally that would impact their sketch, or whether you even do a sketch for the particular person. Sure. So would that witness have access to the actual information? Were they close enough to see an event? If that light fell here and somebody was out in the hallway and they heard it, did they actually see it? So would they be able to give an accurate description of what happened? So we look at lighting conditions, environmental conditions, even the physiological, psychological, and environmental factors that were going in. So if all of us in this room saw that same event with the light falling and you didn't, you slept maybe a half hour late last night, or you're really hungry, or you're going through a divorce, or there's other stressors, or maybe the light fell right next to you and you were injured and caused trauma, or brought back other memories. So all those things are going to affect it. How, and again, how that was encoded, stored, and retrieved. And what about the difference between interviewing and getting a sketch from someone who is the victim of a violent crime versus someone who is a witness, not even realizing that at the time they are witnessing anything in particular? Yeah, obviously it's harder because they're not, you're not, something bad has happened. You're thinking, you're focusing on this person, and you're going to remember better versus walking by and realizing 2 days later that something happened, trying to recall. They see someone, and later they're asked to recall that person because they're a person of interest, but yet they saw no violent crime. Right. Now, again, that's another factor that can add in, because if you're violently assaulted face to face with someone, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, you've got that fight or flight, that animalistic response to what's going in. So you're the person that's going through the traumatic experience might have imprinted that memory and might have imprinted that information a little bit more because it was threatening. Well, yeah, because you're interacting with the person. But this guy's making something so simple, so complicated. It's like a lot of like, it's not that hard, not that difficult. It was a very significant event of life when you're viewing another person in a communication, whether it's a negative or positive communication. You're evaluating someone's facial features in their eyes. Yeah, dude. So basically, if you fight someone for 20 minutes face to face, choking each other, versus walking by someone sitting across the street at a bus stop, yeah, you're going to think more about the person that you interacted with. It's acting like it's some kind of science here. You've discovered something. And they say the eyes are the windows to your soul. Obvious. You can tell when someone is angry with you or someone is pleasant with you. You can read that in their face. So that imprints a little bit more, usually with someone that's involved in a violent crime. But if it's in an incidental contact, if I'm just walking down the street, this morning, I might have walked past 3 or 4 people. I might have noticed them and noticed a little, but I didn't spend a lot of time really imprinting that information because it wasn't significant in my world at that time. So it can differ again. That's the axis of what did they see? What was the lighting? What was the circumstance? What was the distance? All these things. Oh my goodness. And so, as a forensic artist, if you're called upon to do a sketch with someone who would say to you, I only saw the person for a few seconds. I didn't get to see their whole face. Either part of it's covered, or they're looking away, or they're looking down, or there's some, obstruction. Here you are, an artist being asked to draw a full frontal picture of a person. How do you address that as an artist? I think you have to do the cognitive interview. Normally, when the police or any investigators contact me, they'll give me a very brief description of what happens, and I don't want a lot of it because I don't want to put my undue bias in my head about that, what the actual circumstance is. But when I interview that person, do that cognitive interview, I'm evaluating, I'm asking questions to determine, did they have a good view? Did they see these things? And then throughout that, I'm making an assessment of is this going to be beneficial to do an actual composite drawing? Now, benefit of the cognitive interview, you're still going to get other information, and you can make a determination, or at that point, whether a drawing should be done or not done. And there have been occasions in my career where I've interviewed someone that I was told initially that they want to do a composite drawing. And then after the interview, I realized, this is probably, we're not going to get much out of it. And it might maybe cause more harm than good doing the interview. So you have to make that determination kind of on the fly. Good. Perfect. Okay, 1 second. Let me just grab a quick drink. I need a drink. Wait. 1 second. And we're back. Okay. And you talked about the fact that that person may not be able to give you enough information to do a sketch. What if the person is doing their best and they can't really pin down a particular feature? What do you do with that? Well, there's a couple things. Again, we can rely upon the cognitive interviewing process. Again, a lot of people will tell me initially, I don't know if I can do this because they see it on TV. And if somebody asks me to draw my brother right now, who I've known my whole life, my first instinct is like, oh, this is going to be difficult, even though I know exactly who he is and I do it for a living. So when I start to talk to them, I start to evaluate, do they have the information there, period. Sometimes if they say they don't, we can work things through. And as I talked about the cognitive interview, you start off in the beginning and those dominoes start to fall. And sometimes details will come out later that the witness didn't even realize they had stored because they might have stored them haphazardly or very quickly under stress. But yeah, sometimes after the interview, you just can't. There's not enough detail. It could go either way. It's just something you have to evaluate. It doesn't it? Yeah. Doesn't it also impact, say, the use of that sketch then thereafter if the person was unsure about certain aspects? But even though you draw an entire face, oh, absolutely. Okay. You know, we could get to the point where we start doing a drawing and maybe we get 50% through the drawing and it just feels like we're not getting anywhere. And it doesn't, no matter how much, through the cognitive interview and drawing and making revisions, that we just don't seem to be getting a good quality drawing. Maybe we'll just stop, or maybe we'll finish the drawing and I'll tell the investigators that I just don't feel like this was a productive, complete interview. And maybe this composite drawing is not the way. Yeah, like maybe the person sitting there saying, no, it doesn't look like them. That's pretty, you're pretty intuitive, guy. It's like you can see it in their face. No, that's not it. This guy acts like he's kind of being able to get into their mind to see it, but it's like it's very obvious how they're speaking and their facial expressions and their everything, the words they use and just everything. That it's not a good drawing. This guy acts like he's some intuitive mind reader. What you should be using right now. I also will point out, now that I'm thinking of it, when I do a composite drawing, it's not maybe like you see on TV where someone talks for 5 minutes. I sit there and draw and then ta-da, flip it around. It doesn't work that way. It's the person is sitting right next to me. Theirs. Oh, you mean they don't spend 45 minutes of an hour program watching the guy try to get a cut? Really? That's odd. We've already talked for probably hours, and there's this open dialogue where we're going back and forth, making revisions. So it's actually, I encourage it to be a team between the witness and I working on a common goal to get the best rendering of the person. So does all of this effort you put into it at the end remove the subjective factors that you bring to the table or subjective factors that the witness brings to the table? No, those all those subjective factors remain. Sorry. And as you just mentioned, not only does the witness bring all those subjective things from their whole life experiences and how they process information and memory, but I bring that in. So all of my experiences and all of my education and everything I've done in my life, that makes me who I am. I'm listening to the account and make an interpretation from their statement through my filter and through my lens. So you basically doubled up on the subjectiveness. My ability to do an interview, good or bad, my ability to actually my artistic ability on how well I can draw, how poor I can draw, that communication. So that's the subjective. So it's coming at it from two sides. Boy. And that happens with any forensic artist, you would agree. Any forensic artist, absolutely. And quite honestly, anyone, any investigator who conducts an interview is going through the same thing. In a sense, a composite drawing is like an illustration that accompanies an interview, like a book has illustrations. A composite drawing is just a way of expanding a cognitive interview. And so the communication is key to maybe sorting out some of those subjective or personal biases a person brings to the conversation. Right. Not intentionally, but just right. Life experiences. It can be usually unintentional. And again, we all have them. I say that when I teach my classes and when I approach the work that I do, you have to accept and acknowledge up front and explain to the witness that about this subjective nature of it, and that we have to work through those things as much as we can. But we can never completely negate that subjective nature. And how do you deal with asking a witness to estimate the age of a particular subject? And what's your experience with that? Well, again, when it comes down to where I'm at, actually asking fine questions later, like as if these people can't, like he needs to get out of them the age. Whereas if people, anyone over the age of 5 would be able to say, "Oh, do you understand, Billy?" Or a 10-year-old, was it an older person? Was it a young? Did they have a gray hair? Was he a bald with gray hair and or was he? This guy acts like it's so much. It's almost like they're setting up the bullshit so he could say, "Well, then this is why Betsy Blair thinks she saw a young guy with poofy hair," or this is why Riley Voorhees saw a guy in black clothing that looked nothing like, tall or, muscular, square jaw, all this crap. So it's almost like they're always want to make it set up the reasons why they got things wrong, or to clarify that they're what they bumbled, or their mistakes, or their incompetence. So, well, again, when it comes down to where I'm actually asking the fine questions later, clarifying questions after the cognitive, the most important thing to do is ask open-ended questions. Like, for example, a really bad question is to say, "Well, how old is that person?" By me saying that, I'm injecting my experience. I'm saying old into that conversation. So I could be biasing the actual results by saying old. Right. You're supposed to listen to them, get their description. And if they don't say the guy's fat, he's probably not huge fat. Probably not, if they don't say he's old, he's probably not, what is this guy going on about? It's like this is such a science. He should just shut his mouth, listen to the person, and try to get it right until you see their face light up. What I should say is, can you estimate the age of the person? Can you estimate the height? Those type of things. Now, when it comes to age, race, gender, through my experiences and through research that I've read, that when someone has to make an either identification or whether they have to do a composite drawing, which deals with recognition, no identification, it's recognition. That's when people have to guess or try and, because they don't know this person. No wonder. To try and estimate ages across their own demographic. No, oh my God. It becomes more difficult. So I'll give you an example. It doesn't have to be across their own demographic. Think I can only picture old guys? No. This guy's This guy's wild. If someone is a very young person, and this is going to be the bullshit about how Betsy Blair thinks she saw a younger guy because she's so old. And obviously what they're setting up here, right? Yeah, Betsy Blair, she thinks she saw a younger guy, but really she saw this older guy. And since she's so old, it's, he looks young to her. Fuck off. You see Richard Allen, you think he's an older guy. He's an older guy. And if you're fucking 90 years old, you have good eyes, you don't. What is she gonna think? Oh, he looked like he was a teenager because she's 90. This guy's an idiot, man. it becomes more difficult. So I'll give you an example. If someone is a very young person and I'm interviewing maybe a 15-year-old and I'll ask them, can you estimate their age? I've had this actually happen. They said, oh, they were really old. They were old. And I go, okay, can you give me a guess on an age? In my mind, thinking to me old as 60 or 70. No, if you're talking to a teenager, fucking old as 30. What is this guy doing? When I asked them, can they estimate the age? They said, oh, yeah, they were old. They were 30. Right. I didn't even read that. I did not even see that. I'm like, okay, well, there's a big difference between draw on a 30-year-old and draw on a 60-year-old. And exactly. Same thing if they're old, trying to guess younger or across racial lines, genders. It doesn't see that. It doesn't mean they're completely inaccurate. It just seems like the more disparity in the demographic, it seems like there's a harder for the witness to articulate accurately those types of things. And I think it has more to do with the person who you're talking to, because there's dumb people in every age, so unobservant people and people that just can't, communicate properly and get their words out. Okay. And there's other factors that can, like the amount of time that they had with somebody, whether it was a brief thing, whether it was traumatic, which we've already talked about. So those all affect it. And you've also talked about the skill of the artist, the skill of the interviewer. All of those are variables. Sorry, I couldn't hear that. The skill of the artist and the skill of the interrogator. Those are also all variables. Oh boy. Absolutely. I will give an example. I've known people that were some of the most amazing artists that I've ever known. Really talented, artistic people. And they've entered into the forensic art world and they struggle because they don't have the interviewing skills or the experience. I also know people that are really talented interviewers and investigators that have dabbled into the forensic art world and they struggle between they don't have the artistic skills. So every artist, every basketball player, every football player, like we all have our different skill levels. So every forensic artist is not the same based on their skill level, artistic skill level, and their interviewing skills. Just like anything. Does having multiple sketches from multiple artists in a particular investigation raise concerns? And could you share with us what those might be? Right? Because they know it's almost like everything is damage control for these guys. Because we know where they're going with this, right? All the ridiculous with the sketches and changing back and forth and merging two together and to just trying to explain why they got things so wrong or how they screwed up. Yeah, again, in my experience and research that I've read, that causes a problem because all those subjective things that I talked about earlier that make us all individuals, and how that between the witness and all the things that the witness possesses and all the experiences the artist possesses, it would pulls into that communication. Now you're multiplying that because now you're entering maybe another witness and another artist. So you're adding all their life experience and all those things that they do through encoding, storage, and memory. So you have extrapolated the subjective nature of it. So yes, it can become a problem. And so how do you know when your composite is complete? It gets to the point where during that, the final drawing phase and following up the questions, person is excited. They're like, yeah, looks just like him. Yes, of course. The fuck is this guy going on about? Yeah, if you sit there for an hour or two and the person's like, no, looks nothing like him. He's like, what are they trying to say to me? Like as if it would be so difficult to know that they're not excited just by their facial expression and their words alone. Watching the behavior. I build a baseline of behavior of the witness early on through our initial rapport, building part of the interview, through the cognitive interview, and even through the drawing aspect. I'm seeing how they react to it. I've had people physically that have been victims of violent crimes, have physically gotten ill, have thrown up in interviews, have become irrational and scared. And sometimes that's a good indication something's going on there. So I'm watching their behaviors and I'm asking them, if you make a photo and then you turn it around and the fucking person faints, that could be a good sign that maybe you nailed it. Oh my God. Especially like a victim of, I'm actually doing an evaluation system based on, I use 1 through 10, and I'll ask the witness at multiple phases during the interview. Oh, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 meaning this drawing looks nothing like the person that I saw, and 10 meaning it looks exactly like the person I drew. Where are we? So then I can start to gauge if we're making progress. Oftentimes, I have to tell them, because of my position, and I'm an FBI agent, and I'm a forensic artist, sometimes people can be, I don't know, if the word is maybe wanting to please you or acquiesce to what you are doing. So I have to keep them reminding that. Yeah, it's called your intuition, dipshit. You have to tell me the truth. You have to tell me whether this is good or bad, or we are getting somewhere. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Isn't about making a pretty picture. This isn't about me. This is about what you saw. Yeah, they're there trying to help you. I think they're going to just fucking... Depends who you're doing it to. Like, if you're doing it to somebody who doesn't want to be there and they're criminal, they're just going to say whatever to get the hell out. If it's a volunteer, but somebody who's trying to help, a witness who has nothing to lose or gain. Actually, some science here. And keep reassuring them that it's whatever the rating they feel they need to give. That's important. We have to be accurate. So probably 3/4 of the way through the drawing process. Again, we are working together as a team. I'm going to start asking that question of, on a scale of 1 to 10, where are we? If it's, a 3, 4, a 5, we need to keep working. If it's starting to go 4, 5, or 6, we are getting somewhere. If it gets to the point where maybe we are not getting past that validation, and we are not getting up to the 8, 9s, I start to think, okay, well, maybe this isn't working. Maybe they didn't have access. Oh, good. So you're trying to draw a picture for someone. They're telling you, you keep trying and trying and trying, and they're saying no. And you're able to realize that, hey, maybe this isn't working out. Great. Your training's kicked in. Thank you. Maybe they didn't have a good view. Maybe they just don't have it in their toolbox to get it any higher. So again, it's the limitations of what they experience and what they communicate to me and what I can record. I will say that if someone were to say, maybe 10 minutes into a drawing, they said, oh, it's a 10. I'm going to question that, because I don't think I've ever had a 10 in my career. And again, I don't even think I've ever seen a 10. A 10, the way I define it, it looks exactly like the person. And because I can't plug a cord into my head and plug a cord into the witness's head and download exactly what they saw and experienced. One sec. Then the subjective nature of it would, it's difficult to get a 10. So I usually question if it's a 10. And then we'll talk through it. And usually it probably goes back down a little bit. But so that's how I evaluate whether it's complete. And when it's complete, there's a follow-up questions. Sometimes after 3 or 4 hours, that sometimes these can run. The witness can get fatigued. They can get tired. I get fatigued. I get tired. So sometimes if there's a number of revisions they would like me to complete, I'll say, "Hey, let's end the interview. I'll go back. I'll make some of these revisions, and then I'll call you, or I'll email you, or I will make some communications of what I've done to the revisions on the images." Uh, it gives them a chance to rest. The interesting thing about cognitive memory is that once you get that cognitive flow going and people start remembering things, sometimes things can be omitted inadvertently. But they go home, they get rest, they get something to eat, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, they smell something or they see something. That cognitive, tricks a cognitive memory code to fire. They'll call me up and they'll go, you know what? I just remember, their ears look like this, or there was a tattoo here. When I went to sleep last night, I just remembered it. So oftentimes I'll continue the investigation and the drawing over a couple hours or even days. So, how is a composite sketch then intended to be used? The composite sketch should be used as an investigative tool, or what we like to call a lead generator. It is, it's not used for identification. It's used for recognition. So imagine if there's a suspect, just describe maybe an African American male, maybe approximately 30 years old, 6 foot. Well, you could go out in the Fort Wayne area, and if you put your investigative feelers out, you might find hundreds, if not thousands, of people that fit that description. By doing a good cognitive interview and potentially complete composite drawing, you can narrow that focus down to maybe 10 people, maybe 3 people, depending on the area and the population. So that helps law enforcement focus on a direction, focus on an investigative lead. It gives them, again, a direction to follow. But it is not something that police, once I do a composite drawing, the police don't walk down the road in the city and hold it up to people. And when they find somebody that looks like it, they don't arrest them, grab them, put them in cuffs, and arrest them. It doesn't work that way, and it wouldn't work that way. It's just to get them in that direction. Then they can use their other investigative tools, whether it's forensic sciences or cell phone data or any interviews, any number of investigative techniques that they can use then to focus on that particular suspect. So the composite drawing just gets them headed in that direction. Okay, and so you were saying it's not the identification. Have you ever had a situation where your sketch was used for identification purposes of a suspect in a criminal case? No. What? You've done 400 of them, not once? You haven't been used for identification purposes of a suspect? No. And would you advise against that? Yes. Wait. Have you ever had a situation where your sketch was used for identification purposes of a suspect, a defendant in a crime? No. So you've done this for this long in 400 years and not one of your drawings worked out? That can't be right. He must have misunderstood the question or something. And would you advise against that? Yes. And is there something that you do? Well, let's talk about release to the public of a sketch. Are you a participant in the decision whether that gets released to the public? Right. So they're going to it's like they're just covering up their incompetence. They want to put it down. Why we got this horribly wrong. They want it to make sense. I don't make the decision. I'm often asked to give my input on how the interview went. When I'm done with the interview, I write a report that summarizes my cognitive interview, because oftentimes there's lots of things from a cognitive interview that come out that maybe haven't been told to the police yet, because that cognitive process hasn't happened. So I record it in an interview, into my notes, attach my notes, and obviously the drawing, and I present it to the investigators. Boy, losing people fast. And they'll ask for my advice, and I'll give them some. I believe the interview went well. I believe there's some validity to the or confidence with the quality of the completed composite drawing. But it's not my decision whether it gets out to the media. I've made suggestions. Don't put it in the media because I didn't. I've had numerous cases where I felt like it's maybe a beneficial drawing in cognitive interview. Well, they obviously don't speak to the witnesses as much because Betsy Blair told you guys it was 10 out of 10 and you didn't use it for 2 years. Oh my God, because it didn't look like the guy you wanted to be. Wow. But maybe the drawing is still a little too broad. And I've encouraged them. Well, maybe you could circulate this through the law enforcement community as opposed to putting it in the media. Right. But if it's good enough for them to use, what? Because they're all just, if you think you should give it to other cops to look, what do they even need it for? Why don't you just give them a description of what the person saw? And it's worked numerous times in that environment. But ultimately, it's up to the law enforcement agency or the investigators. I do give them a written statement that I've formulated over my years, and I've always encouraged them to, if it's going to be released to the media or anyone. This statement should accompany it and should be placed in the press release or whatever. Can you tell the court what your disclaimer is? Well, would you mind if I read it? Oh my God, you got a disclaimer. That's fine. Okay, here's this disclaimer coming up. So I want to make sure that I'm getting it correctly. The statement that I provide for them is, quote, "This composite drawing is an artist's rendering of an unknown suspect produced from a witness description. It should be viewed as an approximation of a suspect's appearance rather than an exact likeness." And even to dovetail on that, when I do a drawing, I can draw photorealistically, but I intentionally draw in a very sketchy type of technique so there's no ambiguity. And whether that's a photograph or some type of enhanced image from modern techniques, I want whoever views this, whether it's the public or law enforcement, to see it and say, oh yeah, this is his drawing. This is an approximation. So if somebody views it, they don't say, hey, that doesn't look, or that looks like such and such. What I'd rather them do is look at it and say, that could be such and such. So, but would you tell us then that this is simply a tool for recognition of a potential suspect, but the investigation does not stop there? No. And the picture that is drawn, the composite sketch, despite all of the effort that's put into it in order to elicit this memory from a person who sees someone of significance potentially, cannot stand alone. No, again, it's an investigative tool that points somewhere in a direction. And again, as an example, and the hundreds of composite drawings that I've completed, I think I've only had to testify in court maybe 3 or 4 times. And it was about what I'm doing now. The process, not an identification. Oh my God, just in. Luna is alive. We have people. There's people in chat. Oh my God, I wish I could draw animals and people and sing well. But I found out that I am more creative with my hands. So I make jewelry instead. Nice. What kind of stuff do you make? That sounds great. As long as it's something you enjoy. That's the key. If you want to, that's what I told my kids growing up. I didn't even tell them. I would just watch. I would give them everything to do. Every sport I would put in front of them, and I would just, what did they enjoy? That's where you get good at things, by finding something you enjoy. And, if you're like play hockey, like you don't have to be the best or most talented, but if you enjoy it and do it all the time and practice and, and have fun doing it and stay that little bit extra and, so like my son, we used to go to coach. I used to coach my son's hockey, and we'd have practice every Sunday morning at like 6 a.m. And I would take him. We would go there at 5 a.m. we'd get there at 5 a.m., an hour before everyone, right? And the guy would let us go on the ice because there was nobody there. It was always empty. And my son loved it. Like we would go, I'd get up at 4:30 to take him. And we get an hour of free ice time. Like the whole ice, just me and him would play on it, on a Sunday morning. So, and then the team would show up and we'd have our practice. And he loved it, so it was fun. Like that's how you get good at stuff, right? By doing something you like. So, I mean, the jewelry, you got to enjoy it a bit. That's the way I look at it. Like with these ridiculous RC cars I play with. I mean, I enjoy it so much. That's the big thing. Oh my God. How amazing. Oh no, I mean, but because like here to get ice time, like an hour, it's like $150. But when I would go early, the Zamboni guy would be there and he would let us, the guy that runs the Zamboni on the ice, he would let us go out. Because I was an official coach of his team, right? So it's not like I was just some guy showing up. We would just go early and they would be like, cool, hey, what's up? And they'd let us play a whole hour. Just a full-size hockey rink my son and I would have. And then everyone would be showing up and we'd be out there for like 45 minutes already. So it's pretty awesome. But again, when you see your kids, you just got to see what they like and just kind of provide it and then step out of their way. That's why I look at it. And wouldn't it be dangerous then to take a composite sketch and display it to the jury and say, this is a composite sketch of our killer? Wouldn't that create an imprint in their mind? They could. And when you have multiple sketches by multiple witnesses, as we do in our case, doesn't that increase the danger when you have multiple sketches? Well, the danger of what? Having to admit you have different people? Come on. Like, it's one thing. Do you think these people are unable to? Do you think these guys here? That's one thing I'd like to stop with for here, for sure. 1 second. Do you think when you talk to Riley Voorhees, let's say Riley Voorhees, you go talk to her, Riley Voorhees, is at her school on the 15th. So the girls go missing on the 13th, right? 13th, the girls, she sees, so that's the same day Riley passes a man on the trail in the middle of the day. In the middle of the day. She sees him in the daytime and passes him on the trail. Then that same day, she realizes, oh my God, her friends went missing. So she's got to be, oh my God, I remember this guy. So then the next morning, or the next afternoon, they find out on the 14th. Obviously, they find out the horrible news that they found the girls' bodies, right? Then what happens? On the 15th, she's back at school, this Riley. A teen girl walked past a man in the middle of the day, and she remembered him. 2 days after, on the 15th, the chief of police, Steve Moonman Mullins, comes to your school. The Moonman Mullins comes to your school and talks to you. Like, you remember your friend, you were on the 13th, you were there, your friends went missing afterwards, you've seen this guy in the daytime, you're a teen girl, like a high school girl. You know what a guy, when a man walks past you, you pick up what they're wearing. Anybody, they're just what you do. The teenagers probably, so then the next day the girls are found on the 14th. Then on the 15th, the chief of police comes to your school. Steve Mullins, the chief, comes and talks to her. And she gives that description of the guy's got black boots, black jeans, right? Black jacket, the square jaw, wearing a mask, but he has a square jaw. He's got like longer hair coming out of it. He's like tall and muscular. Like, what? You're not describing Richard Allen. She's not. And then they hound her so much to admit that, oh, maybe it could have been lighter blue clothing because his aura, his energy felt so dark. They just hounded her to kind of, it's so ridiculous. Oh my God. And why did I go there? So, and when, so they all see, so when you have 3 different witnesses in trial, you wait 5 years and they obviously can't remember who they saw. They all saw someone different. None of them can point at the one guy in the courtroom. Like, come on. Absolutely. Because the subjective nature of the initial drawing itself, right? It's subjective. But when you see a girl 2 days after, a teen girl, you go to her high school, the chief of police, that is what you need to go with. And fucking Riley Voorhees said all those descriptions that are nothing like any of these people. That are these photos they have of this BG. Nothing. She's not mistaking blue jeans for black. Lighter, she's not. A blue coat is not black. This is a teen girl who's probably obviously in high school. Every girl thinks about clothing and stuff, right? Come on. So absolutely, because the subjective nature of the initial drawing itself and first. So if older person saw Rick, they would say he's young. Well, yeah, true, but I mean, you would say he's younger, but you'd also kind of be able to, if you looked at Richard Allen, you would be able to say he's what, 35 to 50, wouldn't you? Especially those older pictures. I don't know. I don't know if it would be. I don't know. I see what you're saying, but still. And also, plus, you're right. Depends on the person too. To be generalizing and thinking that everyone, an older person is going to see a young, but these younger people, I think anybody, if you ask a 12 or 14-year-old, an older person is going to be like, you have to be specific, like older what? Older, like your uncle, 25 or 30, or because that's old to them, or older as in your parents, 40 or 50, or older like your grandparents, 60 or 70. Like this Riley Voorhees is not, it doesn't matter the age. She said black boots, black jeans, black jacket, black mask. Like she said it 2 days after too. This isn't months and months later. 2 days after at her high school, they're finding her friends were found dead yesterday, and that she was at the same place 2 days before that. Then on the 15th, Mullins goes to her school, chief of police, and her description is accurate. She saw a guy in black boots, black jeans. Like, come on. BG is not wearing black pants. It's that simple. So, but they just keep browbeating them and coming to them and, keep asking them so they can then then Tony Liggett can do this. This is what Tony Liggett can do. Tony Liggett can then write his narrative, right? This is what Tony Liggett can do. After they browbeat these people, they browbeat them. And then, so here's Betsy Blair. So Betsy Blair is talking about the 13th, right? Between like her second and third lap. She see, whatever it is, the time. They don't write the time, but whatever. So it's like what, 2 o'clock, midnight, 12 p.m. to 2, whatever it is when Betsy Blair sees him on this day. But she's coming back to say it on this date. It's 2 years later, on March, 2 years and a couple weeks, on 2019, Betsy Blair has to come back in to say this. And then it's not even what she's really said, because this is Liggett's narrative from April 1st of what she says, of what Betsy Blair says. So on April 1st, which is I got you on screen. Sorry. This is Tony Liggett's narrative on April the 1st of what she said 3 weeks earlier about talking about 2 years earlier. So he gets to throw in his narrative of what she says, I remember her saying, well, just tell us what she said here on this date. Why do we need your narrative, Tony? Especially since, look at this. So this is Liggett's narrative. Tony Liggett wrote this about what she said. First of all, we don't get to read because it's redacted. The second part of it is this, like Betsy said that she had been shown the video from the Hoosier Hardware store by someone. I should zoom that in a bit. Sorry, guys. So Betsy said that this is Tony Liggett, what he remembers her saying, April 1st. Betsy said that she had been shown the video from the Hoosier Hardware store by someone from ISP, from someone. We have no idea who, just someone. She She said that it was hard to see the vehicle in the video. She thought it might help her looking at the still pictures that could be zoomed in on. Betsy looked at the pictures and picked a vehicle that we have identified as belonging to David McCain. Betsy said that was the closest, similar in style with the angles she was remembering. I asked Betsy what a lap was to see the angles that she was remembering. So they're trying to spin what she also said about this. Where's this one here? This is what Betsy Blair says she saw. A car that looked like her dad's, jagged edges. And look at when she wrote this. Betsy Blair. On, sorry, get this right. Betsy Blair on, look at that. Oh, shit. It's out of my view for some reason. Betsy Blair, sorry. Ugh, sorry. Oh my God, there you are, here. Boom. My fault. There we go. Betsy Blair, what day did she say this? April the 2nd, 2019. April the 2nd. So the next day, Liggett is going off on this dumb narrative on April the 1st about what she said 2 weeks earlier. And she's coming in tomorrow, the next day, April 2nd. This is the one day. So why is he rushing to get this narrative out? Because he wants to sneak something in here that he didn't want, because she's coming the next day. Look at, she's back here. Where the hell was it? Oh my God. She's back there April 2nd, 2019 to draw this, right? So why, Tony? Why? Why do we need your narrative on April the 1st? She's coming tomorrow. Screw your narrative. If you don't have this interview from 3 weeks ago, or you lost the footage, whatever it was, you lost the audio or whatever they're going to try to say, why do we need your narrative at all? Give us this. Or what she said earlier, or she's coming in tomorrow. She's coming in tomorrow, dude. What do we need your narrative at all? Stick your narrative up your... Screw it. Because I asked Betsy what a lap was to her. And Betsy said that she would start at the trailhead and walk to the main trail, but walk to the Monehead hub. Sorry, walk to the Monon High Bridge, back to down at Nisha's. So she would start at the trailhead. So the mirrors where that. So she's coming in at the mirrors, at that trailhead. Yeah, because she comes in at the mirrors entrance. So where all the trails meet. This goes to the High Bridge. This goes to the Freedom Bridge. And this comes out and down to the creek. And so say the bridge is over here. The Freedom Bridge is over here. Right? This is what's happening here. So here's where the mirrors entrance is, 300 North. So she parks here. She comes into the trailhead and walks to the main trail hub, walks to the Monon High Bridge, back and down. She probably does it because you could easily cut through here. You could easily cut through here, right? But she's doing this for exercise. So what she's doing is she's going there and coming back, and that trail is right beside it, really. You can easily cut through these trees. It's like right there. You see it run parallel for a lot longer. Sorry, it runs a lot longer, and then you can get down to the creek. You get down to the creek. This is the creek down here. So on this side. So this is where Derek comes in. So Derek comes in. So here, let's do Betsy Blair here. Betsy Blair will be this color. So Betsy comes in. She parks her car. She comes in. She goes to the bridge, but turns around and comes back, and then she goes down this way. Because, you could easily cut through if you're, but she's doing this for exercise. This is 501 steps that take you down to the water's edge. This is the water right here. She gets right down there. There's 501 steps. It's the 501. And that bench is here. There's a bench here. And then, so she comes back up, right? This is one of her laps. And then back down the Nisha's Trail. So, right, this is Nisha's Trail, the 501. And then up to the Freedom Bridge. So she comes to the Freedom Bridge, which is that big blue bridge. So I picked the color. That's the big blue. And then she goes back again, right? That's a lap for her, right? And then she does it again. So she comes in. She goes to the High Bridge, comes back. Then she goes down the 501. And then this is her lap. And then she goes up to the Freedom Bridge. And then she goes back. That's another lap, right? But then Derek does this. This is wild. Derek shows up. He says 311, 311. Derek is crossing the Wilson's Bridge by Ron Logan's house and all that. Derek is crossing the Freedom Bridge at 311, and he gets there at what, 3:15, 3:20. By 3:30, he comes in. At 3:30, he bumps into Dave McCain here. This is where all the trails meet up and where that bench is. He bumps into McCain here, 3:30. And then Derek says he walks down the 501 first, calling their names, and then comes back up. And then he goes to the Freedom Bridge, Derek does. 400-pound man. And then he goes back to his car. And then he goes to the High Bridge. And that's where he says he sees Daniel. Sorry, this is the water going under the bridge. He says he sees on the first platform, this is the bridge that say, that he sees, deeper, on the first platform, he sees Daniel and Shelby Hicks on this first platform. So if Derek is, and then the other two said they walked past, Shelby, Duncan and Riley Voorhees walked past here and came back at 3:55. These two were gone. So if Derek is just getting here at 3:30, are we to say that Derek says, I get here at 3:30, I walk all the way down 500 steps and back up, 3:45. Walk all the way here, 10 minutes, 3:55. He walks all the way back here, 4:05, 4:10. This is a 400-pound man. Then he goes to so he's not there till 4:15, 4:30 or whatever. He's not seeing Daniel Pearson and them, because the other two said that they went over here to go pee. And when they came back, they took a photo where they were sitting at 3:55. They're gone. Derek says he gets there in time to see them. How's he doing all of that? He says he walks in at the mirrors, bumps into McCain here, goes down the 501 to the creek edge, calls their names, comes back up here, goes to the Freedom Bridge, calling Becky, and he goes back to his car. Then he goes back down to the High Bridge, and he says he sees Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks on this first platform. He says it. But the other two say that they're gone by 3:45. So someone's not telling the truth here. So, And let's do this. So it's a whole bunch of bullshit with these sketches. Like, she's coming in at this time. She's coming in the next day. What do we need your narrative for, bud? Why? She'll be here tomorrow. She'll be here tomorrow to draw this stupid picture for you. So take your narrative and shove it. These people, none of them match up. Nothing. All. And then if Derek is trying to help out, where's Derek's phone? Show us the literal look, instead of just saying, Derek says, yeah, when I was here, I looked at my mom's cell phone bill and I remember I received a text message. So this text message from my mom's cell phone bill at 3:22 or whatever means I'm here. There. But there's no proof of that. Show us the actual location stuff. And then the whole bullshit with Brienne and them. Oh, we're here at this, and we see a green roof in the background of our picture. And this is whatever time they said it was. And then, Riley and Bree say they seen a guy at this time, the same time they uploaded a photo that they took at this place. Therefore, that means Richard Allen was here at this time. He's not in the background of the photo. He's not. They don't take photos of him. They're just saying that, when we did this upload, after we did this, we saw this guy. But there's no proof of it. And they're both describing two different guys. Yet they are using that as evidence that Richard Allen was here. It's so fucking wild. Or they say whatever here, wherever they, it's just a bunch of bullshit. It's all bull. Sorry. And let's do this for the people. Never will I get distracted again. Oh, look at this. Look at this conversation happening. Oh my gosh. Thanks, guys. Look at you guys. Oh, chat is popping. Look at YouTube. Perfect. And I should be reading. Ages of, so what are you guys writing? I trust her. Yes, I do too. Right. How long ago was that? It was a few minutes ago. Yeah. Very specific describing of that man with black clothing. Right. She, what was she, grade 10, right? You think a girl in high school is walking past a man in the middle of the day on a bridge or on a trail, and realizing a couple hours later that she realizes two of her friends have gone missing. They're looking for this guy. She thinks, and then the next day they're found dead. And then the next day, on the 15th, the chief of police comes and talks to you at your school. You're describing this guy perfectly. A teen girl, especially. Black shoes, black boots, black jeans, black hoodie, black mask. Like, fuck, you're not mistaken. Maybe the jacket, I don't know. Whatever. But the boots and the jeans, especially, she's not calling them black. She's got brown boots on and a friggin' not light blue jeans, but they're kind of faded, like jeans they're not dark blue jeans, right? They're blue jeans. So it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Absolutely. Because the subjective nature of the initial drawing itself and the first, and then you add another one. It's just multiplying that subjective nature. So it could be very confusing, but it is my interpretation as an artist and an interviewer of a witness's statements. So it's not direct evidence. And that would be true for any composite sketch by a forensic artist because they are all coming from the same basic circumstances. Subjective witness statements, subjective artist surrendering, trying to put together something to help advance the investigation, right? That's exactly it. Again, it's forensic artist, not forensic scientist. Thank you. Who's crossing from the defense, Miss O'Shea? You see, everything she's doing here, Diener, is trying to explain like why they fumbled, why they got it wrong, why they didn't do this. It's all about it's all about kind of explaining their incompetence and why they screwed up, why they did, it's all about like, yet if it was a witness, this guy would be saying the exact opposite, if it was somebody that if they did something right, he'd be like, yeah, we did this perfectly, but then it's very reliable way to do this, if it was something they wanted, but since it was a screw up, they're like, it could be just a rendering, the picture's not the sketch is not a person, or I don't know, picture. It just seems everything's about to cover up and explain their incompetence, not like only when it's convenient for them. It can just go either way. That's what I'm trying to say. Whenever they need, it's so ambiguous that the same situation, if it was something he wanted to say, he could say the exact opposite, and then they'd all buy it. So, Auger's up. Good morning, Mr. Plants. Good morning, sir. This is the defense doing the cross-exam of this guy, Thomas Plants. Sir, would you agree with me that it's important to obtain unbiased and uninfluenced sketches? Yeah. Oh, okay. And you don't want to contaminate a sketch with outside influences? Yes. Oh, okay. Because sketches can and are routinely used. Maybe not in your cases, but they're admitted in criminal cases all the time. What a jab she takes at him. Because it is kind of weird. He says he did 400 sketches. He's the first guy who's done something special at this FBI, and they've never used one of his sketches to find somebody or something. That was kind of weird. Yes, definitely. Find something you love, and do it longer, do it more, and you'll get better at it. Even people that might be more talented than you, if they don't like it as much as you, and you practice and do it more, you become better than some people, even when they have more talent. It's because you can do it more. You just do it, and you practice it more, and you just, you'll get better because you enjoy it. So, okay, because sketches can and are routinely used. Maybe not in your cases, but they're admitted in criminal cases all the time. I'm not familiar with they're actually admitted in court. I've always understood it to be hearsay. So now this whole time this guy's here, it's all about how unreliable this is and how it's not a science. We can easily make mistakes and we change our mind and we don't get it right. All this is. Yet the next day he'll go to another case where they nailed it or they got, something went right. And he'll say the exact opposite of what he's saying here. So wild in the States, especially. You guys, I guess we know about it more because of the transparency, but it seems like what good are these? One guy can just say the exact opposite of the other guy. Just, what good is any of this? Okay, but if sketches have been admitted in courts, you're not familiar with that. I'm sure they have been admitted in court before. Okay, I just don't have specifics of it. Okay, in fact, they have been admitted in states all over the country. Are you aware of that? I'm not. This guy, what? You're not. Oh, this guy's being a dick. Excuse me. I gotta grab a drink. Trying to pretend like he doesn't know about sketches being in court cases. Wow. He's just, I'm not. I don't have anything to support that, but I wouldn't dispute that. Okay. And it's important to have unbiased, uncontaminated sketches because they're not only used in court proceedings, but also to identify suspects. When you say unbiased, how are you phrasing it again? Unbiased, uncontaminated sketches. Okay. I think my opinion would be it's important to do as much as you can to remove bias and contamination from it. But because of the subjective nature of humans and everything I've already explained, you can't remove all of it. Right. And one way to introduce contamination to a drawing would be to show a photograph. Absolutely. And another way to induce, I can't speak this morning. It's too early. Another way to introduce contamination into a sketch would be for you, as the artist, to look at a photograph of a potential suspect prior to the drawing. Oh, absolutely. I've had times where people have asked me to do a composite drawing. Investigators, after they have another, already have a suspect, and I refuse to do it. And if people show me a possible suspect, I won't do it. It's because you've just entered in the sorry, 1 second. So yeah, so you've just in the highest level of bias you could have. So yeah, absolutely, that would be bad. Okay, and you're the same Thomas Plants that did an interview with the oh my goodness, did an interview with Sarah Carbaugh and provided a sketch, a composite sketch. That's correct. Okay, all right. Well, let's get back. Your goal is to compose a sketch that actually reflects the individual the witness saw as best you can. That's correct. Okay. And you wouldn't want to compose a sketch that did not truly represent an individual identified by a witness. Absolutely. That would be harmful. Oh, yeah. Innocent people could be suspects in a crime they didn't commit. Absolutely. And innocent people could be convicted of crimes they didn't commit if that sketch were used in court, potentially. Oh, okay. Now, you said you want to. I was writing as fast as I could. Oh, okay. So bear with me for a moment. She seems a little bit off her game. She must have, I don't know. She kind of, something happened here. She either came late or maybe Baldwin was going to go up and then they asked her to do it, or I don't know. She seems a little discombobulated here. So bear with me for a moment here. Let the witness say their whole wide open narrative before you ask questions. That's correct. And that can take hours. It can, yeah. And part of that initial hours interview is building rapport with someone. Yeah. And finding out how individuals encode, store, and retrieve information in their own individual way. Yeah, to the best of my ability. Sure. So, like, he's not the first guy they're talking to, is they? Don't they give their account to the cops first? Or maybe he should listen in on that. Not even be in the room, maybe. Like, listen to the person, describe the person first time, like, just to, like, in her first interview sort of thing. Sure. So that you can elicit that and compose a sketch that accurately captures their memory of a suspect or a vehicle or whatever. Exactly. Okay. And you can also choose not to create a sketch. Yeah. Yeah. If you've been doing it for half an hour and the person's like, no, they're not happy. They're like, nope, looks nothing. Yeah. Maybe you should stop. Great. You're very observant, dude. Okay. Now, you spoke with Sarah Carbaugh on June 19th, 2017, at the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. June 19th. So, wow. Why? What? Well, it's because she said she was so traumatized from seeing this person with blood all over him that she froze up and, right? So you spoke with Sarah Carbaugh on June 19th. So, holy fuck, it's like 4 months after, man, at the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. Yeah? Yes, sorry. Oh, okay. And the purpose of that was to produce a sketch, or perhaps see if you could produce a sketch. That's correct. And that was 4 months and 6 days after the girls were disappeared on February 13th, 2017. Yes. Hey, good morning, Dewey. What's up? You take your time if you have to go anywhere. You awesome. Well, I know you say that, but I think we can all kind of, I don't know. Do you think you would look at Richard Allen and say he looked like a young poofy haired guy? I don't think so. I think they're just seeing different people, right? That's why it sounds worse. But like if you walk past Richard Allen on a trail, do you think you would describe this? Where is it? Where are you? This. Do you think that's how, honestly? Like, I don't know. I don't think anybody would. Forget about it. Like, I mean, just missing. Like, do you think Richard Allen's got like obvious goatee and stuff? You know, like it's always every picture he's got, right? So, are you still having problems, dude? Man, is everything okay? Are you otherwise? Otherwise, you're frozen pipes. Are you doing you're getting by? No serious damage with those pipes. No, nothing breaking open, and hopefully you get it worked out. And hopefully it's going to cool off soon. But yeah, it's still cold here again. Been crazy cold, eh? Well, you're here. Kelly is here. Dewey, Kelly's lovely spirit is going to warm you up, young man. You try it? Well, Kelly, bring the heat, girl. Warm this young man up with your lovely, lovely energy. Your morning UK tea and crumpets. Lovely, lovely energy, right? Perfect. Come to the right place, Dewey. We'll warm you up. This guy here. So I just don't see how anybody, and she says it's a 10 out of 10. Where did she put it? I think she wrote on here. Look at, no, I don't know. There's one that says 10 out of 10. Boom. This isn't Richard Allen. Impossible. Regardless if you think he's 50 or 20, just this whole, this, you don't see, and I don't even know if, I think they forgot to leave out, she describes things here too. This is Elizabeth Betsy Blair describes this guy. Look at how it's always something suspicious, right? Always something suspicious here. They've got to always have something suspicious where it's like the height part seems to be all scribbled out here, and 130 pounds, like just it's always something suspicious. Oh, the height was scribbled out. Something was scribbled out. Just like you can't even read what she's got. This, like just always something suspicious. Always. So, okay. And -10. Don't you worry. Look at Mimi's here too. Between Mimi, lovely Mimi, and lovely Kelly, You're going to warm this young man's spirits up, and he'll forget all about the cold weather. You forgot to turn on the heater. Oh, what are you doing? Young man, do what I do. I know I'm going to forget everything. I write notes. I know I'm going to forget stuff. I'll write a note. That's it. As long as I can remember to write a note or set a timer. Boom. Okay. And, sir, within 4 minutes of starting your recorded interview with Sarah Carbaugh, had you spoken to her prior to that? Judge, may I object? I didn't think the scope of this particular hearing is about his sketch in conjunction, with Sarah Carbaugh, but about sketch art in general, and whether it would be relevant or excluded for relevance or hearsay or another rule of evidence, not to discuss necessarily a particular sketch related to this case with this particular witness, since we have a multitude of sketches. Well, Your Honor, I think they're asking to exclude the sketch that he composed based on an interview with Sarah Carbaugh. So we are asking, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jennifer. I'm sorry. I believe that the specifics of how that sketch was rendered would certainly be important to the court's analysis. This motion is about any and all sketches related to this investigation and how they might be used or not used in this case, not a specific sketch. So just remember, this is the day before the trial starts. This is they're kind of arguing, what sketches they can bring in and all this crap. It's like, I don't know why they get to dictate anything. All the mistakes they've made and screw ups, these people shouldn't get to dictate anything, the state. But they seem to be always on the attack. Like this Diener and wasn't Luttrell. Yeah, it was Luttrell and Diener are attacking Hennessy at the motion to dismiss or whatever it was, about the exculpatory evidence that was lost. It's like their guys lost it, and they're on the attack. What is going on here? So, well, all right, sustained. Pardon? Sustained. So, Diener jumps in, I guess. I don't remember she objecting. Well, she's jumping in, so I guess that's we're asking. I'm sorry, go ahead. Your Honor, I think they're asking to exclude. So, sustaining what? The motion is about. She's not, she hasn't really said it, but she's sustaining. Sir, are you familiar with the International Association for Identification? Yes. Oh, okay. And it is the oldest and largest forensic association in the world? Yes. And you, in fact, you spoke at their August 2019 conference at the Peppermill Resort? Yes, I did. Okay. And you spoke on composite drawing, interviewing essentials? That's correct. Ooh, this is good. So he's talking 2 years after about this stuff. Okay. And you familiar with the standards and guidelines for forensic art and facial identification? I have read them, yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey. Oh, am I muted? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Read them, yeah. No, I sound perfect. Ooh, fix it. I sound perfect. What are you talking about? Silly goose. I can hear myself. Listen. I'm playing my YouTube on another screen. Check silly one. Goose. Listen. Here, Carol. Listen. I can hear myself. Listen. I'm playing my YouTube on another screen. Check silly one. Goose. Listen. Here, Carol. Listen. I can hear myself. Listen. See what you've done, young lady? How dare you? Not for me. I hear it perfectly. YouTube. Well, maybe it is wrong. Let me check on my other computer. Look at you, Carol. How dare you? No, I hear it. I hear it on my other computer completely, not even logged in. So, it's just you, young lady. You like doing this. You're just messing around. Don't delete those messages now. Yes, Kelly hears. Boom. I hear it on two computers on my other screen, and that happens. So I'll just let you off with a warning, young lady. Okay. And are those standards that are applicable to forensic artists? They are best practices, but it's not a governing regulatory. There are certification. Like they want you to think that it's not governing, it's not science, it's not perfect when they're wrong. But the same guy will be. It's like when these rules are nuts because they're just so ambiguous. They can just. It's perfect when they want it, and it's garbage when they don't need it. It's such gobbledygook, these people. But they're best practices. They're best practices. Okay. And these guidelines tell you that a witness may be instructed that her signature will be the feature that allows her to identify the image in court if necessary. I've seen that policy, yeah. Okay. And that's a best practice. Best practice for introducing those sketches in a court. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay. And in fact, those standards also say, that once the image has been developed with the assistance of the witness and has been properly documented, it is to be perceived as a piece of evidence. I remember that, yes. Okay. As a best practice, I will add to that. Yeah. So basically, he probably didn't do this. Get her to sign it afterwards. And it's only a recommendation. He didn't do it, right? Come on. These guys are so obvious. I can see where it's going already. That's all right. Thank you. Okay. All right. Sir, you said it's also common to use a scale at the end of or towards the end of a cognitive interview to determine how closely that sketch resembles the person identified by the witness. Right. Here comes the 10 out of 10. Yeah, he already said that. Right. Maybe a validation system. Yeah. Okay. That was kind of clunky question, but I think we're there. I gotcha. All right. And 810 would be an exact replica of the individual the witness is trying to describe. Yeah, that's the way I utilize it. Okay. And so, would you agree with me that would be a very good rendering or a description of a potential suspect? A 10? Yeah. Yeah, as I stated before, I don't believe that's attainable. That's my perspective of it. You can't, a 10 is an actual 100% recreation of that person. And I've just never seen that done. You haven't seen it, but doesn't it mean it hasn't happened? I've been in this business for a while. And again, I go to these conferences, I keep up, and I don't think I've ever seen a composite drawing that looks exactly 100% like an individual person. Oh, okay. Again, you just haven't seen it. No, I have not. Does it mean it hasn't happened, right? I guess. Okay, I'm not done. Okay. Sir, is it important to you personally that you always follow your own best practices? I say they're best practices. Yeah. But again, sometimes you have to adapt to the human. Again, as I stated, we are all the individuals. We're all different. So there are a guideline you have to follow. Okay. But it would take a long time of interviewing a witness before you were able to determine whether you had to maybe modify some of those best practices. I would think take you a minute to figure that out. Can you say it again? I want to make sure I answer this correctly. Sure. I presume it would take you a while to figure out whether you need to modify those best practices. It would take you a while into your interview of a witness because you would want to follow those if you could. Yes, absolutely. I think that's accurate. Okay. But you yourself don't always follow those best practices. And you didn't in this case, right? No, I didn't follow this in this case. Like always, there's always something. Always, everyone. There's always something. Come on. This guy's he brags about he's like the FBI's only guy who's described certain processes and how experienced he is. He's already, he friggin' he says he just retired already. He retired with all these honors and accolades, and he's all this. Yet there's a best practice rules, and he doesn't follow them. It's probably about getting one of them to sign the bottom or something. wonder if they have the signatures on it. See Betsy Blair. See Betsy Blair sign, or I don't know if she wrote that or if that's her. I don't doubt that's her signature, but it sounds like they're supposed to get people to sign their name to it. Plants, FBI, Detroit, 6/19/2017. Oh man. Indiana State Police, Taylor Bryant. So somebody else drew this one. Right. I don't see him. Like, it sounds like this. After they do it, they get the person to sign their name to it to say, sound like it. I could be wrong, but I don't see the signatures anywhere. So, oh, by Liebert, right? There's right by Liebert, but so you would think they would say, sign your name. Like, no, I didn't follow in this case. So everything should be thrown out then if these guys are admitting to not following the best practices. Are you okay now? Good. Oh, right. But also, well, yeah, that's a good point, Kelly. Let me just look at that. Obviously, a good point. Good point. Again, I don't see it, right? I think they kind of insinuated that. Well, it's not here anyway, so unless no, that's not it, right? Here, no. Betsy Blair's not signing this either. Good point, because it says it's Elizabeth J. Blair, artist, location, date, case, no signatures here. Betsy Blair. So, but I see what you're saying. That's a good point. I mean, it should be any of this, right? Right. I bet it's their best practice for them to sign all this. Like, oh, is this how you say it? Yeah, initial it or something, right? The whole world does that, like, wouldn't they? And, if you're describing this, after they get the sketch, the original one, they say, oh, instead of just saying by Liebert, they should get her to sign it. Teresa Liebert. Yeah. And if they had this one of this guy here, if she's like 10 out of 10, what she would be doing is this. Instead of them just writing this down, this bullshit on January, February, like this is 17th. So they were found on the 14th. So this is 7 days later. So it's the 13th. This is 8 days later. 8 days later, they're talking to Betsy Blair, right? 8 days later. And you think they would do this, like, hey, Betsy, this is Betsy Blair's sketch, right? Well, right. Well, Betsy, is this? She'd be like, oh, right, man, it's a 10 out of 10. Oh, my God. Wow. She would write this, and she'd put, oh, my name is, Betsy Blair, and sign her name, right? That's what sounds like they're supposed to do afterwards, but they don't want this, right? They don't want this because it makes too much sense. Or it's here and it's washed out because the way they're doing this is kind of sketchy. Others, you can see, what is all this? That's not wording, I hope. Let's double check. No, it's just a paper. Like they have the 3-ring binder marks on half of these two here. It's just wild. It's just wild. It seems like so far we haven't seen any signatures yet, right? They're supposed to do it somewhere. So I could be wrong, but it would seem that I think they should probably just do it anytime, right? Okay, let's find out how. But if I probably read, it's probably telling me in this next thing here. So no, I didn't follow in this case. Well, nothing's followed. Dan Doolin, his recording's gone of Richard Allen. And then 5 years later, you're busting Richard Allen's chops about what car he drove and what phone, where's the phone. Meanwhile, Dan Doolin had all that information. 2 days sat there holding his phone in his hand. He's the guy, Doolin. Go talk to Doolin, not Richard Allen 5 years later. These people are amazing. They got a conviction. Okay. Well, do you recall And you would never tell a witness it was okay to cheat. No, you wouldn't. Well, sometimes I use a word probably to relate it to video cheat codes when I'm talking to younger people. Like I use the phrase cheat code. So you can bypass some things, or you can do things to elicit more information by doing certain things. Let me articulate. So, for example, well, I can't talk about the individual case, but yeah, I would never tell someone to cheat, but I've used the word cheat code before. Well, in fact, you have told people and adults it's okay to cheat, right? Not that I'm aware of. I don't know what you're talking about. You told Sarah Carba it was okay to cheat. Do you recall that? No, I don't remember that. May I approach, Your Honor? Do you have an exhibit? I do. Mark as Defendant's Exhibit A. Have you given it to Jody? Pardon? Have you given it to the reporter to mark? I can. Sir, I'm showing what you have marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. Is that you? Yes. Okay. Is that you interviewing Sarah Carbaugh in this case? Yes. Okay. And I would play this. Move to admit Exhibit A. Your Honor? I have no objection. I'll show it A, admitted without objection. Oh, so Auger is like, Your Honor, could I have a moment? This is not my computer, and I can't get the audio up. There's a buttons on the top. This is Rosie. There's buttons on the top on like number 2 or 3. Pardon? It's the volume. It's on the top left button there. It's up there. I guess they're trying to show it on their laptop. And Mr. Plants, you were cheating by showing Miss Carbaugh the photograph of the suspect from the video from Libby's phone, right? Wow. So he showed her BG photo before he asked her to draw a sketch? Get out. No. To put it in context, what I'm saying is I asked her early in the investigation if she had seen images from the grainy image where you can't see the person's face. Have you watched the media? Have you seen the news? She said she had seen it numerous times. Yeah, it's everywhere. It's all over town. And you're waiting till when? February 19th or something to talk to her? Oh my God. People. And for clarification, I said, is that the person that you are describing? Is this the person? The clothes they are wearing? Is that the person we are talking about? And she said yes. So, because you can't see the facial features of that person, but we are already talking about the same thing. Well, then, but you're saying you're being able, that she says that those are the same clothes too. So that's baloney. I brought that image in as a, like, you don't show somebody a photo of a guy in a blue jacket and blue jeans, and just because you can't see the face, then when they come in to describe the face, you don't get to throw in this blue jacket and jeans too. They have to bring that up to you. You can't bring that to them. That's kind of what he's done here. And he's trying to pretend that, oh, because you can't see his face, then this description of him is perfect. Yet she's describing more than just his face. She's describing those clothes too. So that's wrong. I brought that image in as, to trigger memory codes, not of the person's face, because you can't see it. But it puts the context of the clothing and the way he walked, because she viewed these things. So I use that. And I'm using that term as I do with young people, like cheat codes on a video game. It allows you to, the cognitive memory to trigger what was happening when she saw what she saw in the moment. So not, you can't see the face. So it would damage that we were talking about it. It would damage my objective of drawing the face. And even though the standards say you shouldn't use photographs, both you used a photograph and Sarah Carbaugh used a photograph, correct? Whose standard? Well, the International Association for Identification. The standards that we just talked about. Yeah, your best practices. He's trying to play these people. Yes, and I also, okay, thank you. Being involved with that, they also, if there's surveillance video where enhancements are done or where the face is not visible, there have been many cases where they've used that for same reasons. to trigger memory codes to assist with recognition, with cognitive recognition. When the face is not there, yeah, when the face is not there, then you're going on showing her that, and then she's describing a blue coat and blue jeans too. So stop it. These guys are fucking playing semantics here. So she's not just describing the face. After looking at this, she's describing blue coat, blue jeans. Yeah. If Mullins did this, you think Riley would have said anything about black stuff? He would have said, this is the person, this is the person. Say blue, blue, blue. There is a partial face that you can see in the photo that you showed her, right? All I could see on that photo was graininess. Just that it was. That's all you can see. Is this even a word, graininess? Photo. All I could see of that photo was a grainy image or graininess. That's all you could see. No further question. Miss Diener. Miss Diener's up now. 1 second. Need a quick drink. And we're back. To that end, Mr. Plants, well, that goes to exactly what we are talking about. The subjective nature of a person's ability to recall an event and their ability to provide details for a sketch, and an artist's ability to create a sketch from their own subjective basis. Right. What they bring, again, have you ever testified in a case to establish your sketch as a piece of evidence for identification to be presented to a jury? Nope. And you're asked the best practices. Oh boy, 1 sec. Mm-hmm. 520. Don't you stare at me like that. And you were asked for best practices, and a reference to a sketch should be retained as evidence in your experience as a law enforcement officer. Just because something is called evidence, does that mean it's admissible? Not necessarily. And I have to follow the rules and regulations of the Federal Bureau of Investigations on how I collect, retain, and store that information. And I did that per our policy, not the IAI, but the FBI. Okay. And does your retention of that sketch remove any of the subjective nature of it? No. With regard to the subject matter we are here for today, no. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Miss O'Shea. Thank you. And when we're done with this witness, the jury is in the jury room, so we can bring them in to be sworn before we start, because we got jurors. Boy, so O'Shea's back up. The best practices adopted by the International Association for Identification. So next time I'm going to try to say IAI. State the witness may be instructed that his signature will be the feature that allows him to identify the image in court, correct? I don't have it memorized. If you want to show me that, I will. Sure. His signature. So the people that draw sign it. That's what's going on, right? So the person that draws, the artist who signs it. Well, sounds like it, right? It's like, again, I follow the policies of the FBI, not the IAI. For identification, sir, I've been marked this as Defendant's Exhibit B, Standards and Guidelines for Forensic Art and Facial Identification. Yeah. And to speed this up for you, okay, right there. Yes, I've read that before. I'm familiar with it. And that's the best practice. Oh, of the AI. Yeah. Okay. And we can cheat. That's what that's what you told Sarah Carbaugh, right? Those are the words that I used. That we can cheat or use a cheat code. And the cheat code is different than cheating. Cheat code. Okay, let's see. Those are the words that I used. Nothing further. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you. We're going to swear the jury in. No other witness. Oh, maybe I don't have to read all this. They haven't started the first day yet, have they? Doesn't feel like this is still the 17th, so this doesn't switch, does it? Okay, thank you. I'm still check. They don't switch days. Going back to 1974. Holy fuck. Tuesday. Right. This is the Thursday and it starts next. So this is still the day before. Oh, they're back. Oh my God, did they start the trial here? Thank you. So the jury has now been sworn in. No, they're there on the Thursday still. No. This is not day one of trial. This is still the day before trial. Here. Yeah, they're going on, but here on the 17th. So, yeah, because this is not the day of trial. So, wow. So do they bring the jury in already? Interesting. I should not have skipped this at the time, but I guess. Where did I do? Oh, here. All right. So thank you. We're going to swear the jury in. No other witnesses, Judge. Oh, we're done with witnesses? Yeah. Okay. Even better then. Thank you. Your Honor, we have more. When we're done with the jury on this issue, do you have evidence? I would like to tender the deposition of Betsy Blair. The state would object. We would like to introduce the deposition of Betsy Blair. Special Agent Plants testified that he had never seen a 10 being an exact replication. And what Miss Blair says is that this was the man she saw on the bridge. That's what her sketch was. That it was the man on the bridge. And that was a 10 out of 10. So we think that's relevant for the sketch of Betsy Blair. So they're all just trying to get stuff into this trial. It's like the day before. And you're objecting? Yes. Okay. And how does that go to the motion in lemonade? Yes, the motion in lemonade. So that's probably what they did. They moved on. Yeah, they moved on from this to this motion in lemonade part, which is here too, right? This is the filing for that. So comes now. So they're doing it. Well, she does it at the end at 5:30 p.m. on the 17th. So she must file this a response. Okay, so to the prosecution. Oh my goodness, that's what's going on here. So that is the response to all the bullshit that's going on here. Okay, and how does that go to the motion in lemonade? Well, Your Honor, what he said is that it can be subjective, but a 10 out of 10. This is their witness. Would be an exact replication of an individual. And that is what Miss Blair saw. Yeah. It's like they're just trying to go back and fix their mistakes, but she says it. And they're using her as a witness. So wild that they can just kind of, the same witness can be things we don't like, they can discredit or not use, and they can just, doesn't seem that should be right. If Betsy Blair is unbiased, she has no skin in the game, if she's trustworthy, then everything she says is trustworthy, not just what they want. I just can't believe this happens. So I think that the subjective nature, Your Honor, this is also just a provisional ruling. Miss Blair can certainly adopt that drawing in court, which is routinely done in Indiana over hearsay objection. Do you have a case law? Going back to 1974, the year young Shibby fell down the stairs in his walker. Oh boy. And you have a case law that supports that. And I've been perfectly fine since. Perfectly fine. And you have case law. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Did you not supply me with any of that information in response to the state's motion? I have it here, Your Honor, but I didn't put it in writing because I thought that was what we were doing here. But yeah, we got the motion early Tuesday morning, Monday. Early Tuesday, Monday. Tuesday? Yeah. Yeah, early Tuesday morning. And we had a day of court, so no, I did not have the opportunity to provide a memorandum of law. But, Your Honor, going back to Roe versus State at 2. Stop. I'm sorry. I need to swear them in now. Okay. All rise. 9. So maybe this is day one. Jury in at 9:50. Jury comes in at 9:50 a.m. The bailiffs. To a stating to affirm all 16 of you. So the jury. This isn't starting. No. What's going on here? This is not day one of trial. So at 9:50 a.m. they come in, right? No. This is still the 17th. Because trial, when it starts, there's a whole spiel. So this is just, they're having a jury in, I guess, on this for this one. But it's not, day one is not till tomorrow. This is happening on the 17th. Jury trial. But like day one, jury trial, day one starts on it starts on the 18th. All these people. So definitely the day right before, but they're bringing the jury in. They probably have to do this in front of the jury or something. That's what it sounds like. The first half of it, then the second half they're doing it in front of the jury, obviously. So just going to carry on. Awesome. Look at this. 130 Ravage fans here. Thank you so much. Oh, what time do you come on? Well, tonight was different because CN Criminal Network was doing a thing. I was going to come on at 11 p.m. I was ready to go, and then I noticed he had a live, so I went there, and he was doing a premiere for like 5 hours, and chat was fun, and everyone was having fun. So I just stayed there, and I started this at I think 2:45. He was going 5 hours, starting at 10 p.m. my time East. So he went until 3 a.m. So basically, I started this up around 2:45 or 2:50 when he was just finishing. It was Criminal Networks, and it was really good. So afterwards, I'll put his link back in, so you can go over there and watch. It was really great. He makes some great videos, and had some cool songs and stuff. And I've got to learn how to do that. So that's what happened. So tonight, I was going to come on at 11 p.m. East every night. If I'm not on by 11 p.m. East, and you don't hear from me, you probably won't. I don't know. And if I had more to do, like, I feel like I'm kind of just running around filling in stuff that I kind of skipped over. If I had to do this over again, I would have started from the very beginning and done everything. But at the time, people were like, "Oh, go get with the trial already, do this and that." And that peer pressure, I caved and started jumping all over the place, But if I had anything, the next time I do this, I'm going to find something that's great, and just day one, if there's a video, I'm going to cover it properly in order, from day one to end. So, if that makes sense. So, thank you. You may be seated. So they got the jury coming in. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jeremy. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you back here today. I hope that you had sufficient time to make all of your personal arrangements. I know that you've been ordered to report back downstairs this morning with all of your personal effects, and the bailiffs have been indicating that everybody is ready to go. So as I told you at some point in the last couple of days, I'm now required by the state law to administer the oath to you to be the jury. The same rules apply as before to the oath. If you would respond either by stating I do or by stating I so affirm. If all 16 of you would please raise your right hands for me. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties for perjury that you will well and truly try and determine this case at issue and now on trial and return a true verdict according to the law and the evidence as it's presented to you during trial. So help you God. So the jury is sworn in. Thank you. All right. I will show you that the jury has been sworn in the presence of the parties and the attorneys. You will now be transported down to your location. Right. So she has to do this. She's going to send them to her hotel. Definitely the day before. I have not read this. So you will be under the care of Jason and Jeremy, and Leslie, the female. Leslie will be joining you periodically, off and on. She's also doing other things, but she will also be with you as well. Safe travels, and it's very good to see you all. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Thank you. At 9:00 at the Carroll Circuit Court. Yeah. Where we will reconvene for opening statements, preliminary instructions, and then you will begin to hear the state's case in chief. And I'll just remind you that we will be working an abbreviated day on Saturday. We'll start at 9 and adjourn at noon. And then you will have the opportunity to make phone calls and perhaps visit with families on Sunday. You may take the jury, gentlemen. All rise. So, day before trial, they just kind of swear them in, get them in there, and boom, starting tomorrow. So you may be seated. You may proceed, Miss Auger. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Roe v. State is an Indiana Supreme Court case from 1974 in which the court overruled the defendant's hearsay objection to the admissibility of a composite sketch. Your Honor, there is also Johnson versus State. Do you have citations? Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yeah, she cited, precedent citations. And the holding of that case was what? Your Honor. Oh boy, it's gonna be a speech here. Auger, Your Honor. In that case, the Supreme Court overruled the defendant's hearsay objection to the sketch, saying that the principal reason for the exclusion of the hearsay objection to the sketch, saying that of hearsay evidence. I jumped from this hearsay. I went back to this hearsay for some reason. Evidence are that the out of court declarant was not under oath, not subject to confrontation. So it was by the trier of fact, and most importantly, not subject to cross-examination by the accused. But in that case, Your Honor, the witness who observed the individual testified was subject to cross-examination, and by adopting the sketch in court, that made the composite sketch non-hearsay in nature. Your Honor, there are also several cases, Johnson v. State at numbers, and I only brought Johnson, Your Honor, but there are several cases in the mid-'80s when hypnosis was being used. Oh my goodness, in court. Wow. That did not allow composite sketches by witnesses under hypnosis. Wow. But the Johnson court, which again is a Supreme Court case from 1985, did allow the composite sketch because it was based on statements made when the witness was not under hypnosis. Your Honor, there are other cases from Indiana. There is a Gregory Bay versus Hanks precedence number, where they are discussing the admissibility of, and that is a Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals from Indiana case in which they discuss the admissibility of composite sketches and whether the identification procedures were unduly suggestive. But that does, I think, by that very analysis, we know that composite sketches are used and introduced and admitted when they're not unduly suggestive. As well, Your Honor, courts all over the country have admitted composite sketches, statements, including North Carolina. I'm going to need Fishy, if you're still around, I don't know if you're here. I could use a video break. Do you have anything about sketches? I could really get into the washroom. If not, I'll find something. If you're not here, I don't know. I'll need a fishy intermission break soon. Maybe I'll play a few minutes of Criminal Networks, and then I'll put the link in, and afterwards you can go watch it when I'm done. All right. I'll need to have a break soon, probably. So there's well, Your Honor, courts all over the country have admitted composite statements, including North Carolina State versus Patterson precedents. And we believe that just because it can be subjective doesn't mean that these sketches actually are. Betsy Blair adopted. Yeah, so it's like, this is probably like the opposite, because things went so horribly with these sketches. The defense is trying to like say how reliable or great they are, and versus the state is like, no, look, because we did it so horribly, right? They want to say, oh, but anytime if this could be completely switched roles. So the state, like the defense is really pushing, because Betsy Blair was saying 10 out of 10 and stuff, right? So, and we would, however, concede that Sarah Carbaugh's sketch should be excluded. She did not adopt that to the level, and there were other issues if the court were to consider that, based on her specific interview and procedures, that we believe would render it inadmissible. Thank you. Misdemeanor. Judge, the state feels that the motion correctly outlines the issues for the court with regard to starting with the question of whether the sketches would be relevant, in that the sketches through testimony if necessary at the time of each sketch. If the court doesn't rule on this motion to exclude them, that none of the sketches were a tool to identify Mr. Allen. So we believe they are not relevant to the evidence against Mr. Allen. Isn't that wild? You don't believe, yeah, because they weren't used to find him, right? Because none of them look like him. Most of these people. It's like number 2, the persons who identified Bridge Guy are not being called as identification witnesses, such as Betsy Blair, or Sarah Carbaugh. What? Yes, they are. Sarah Carbaugh was. What? And for the court's information, there are many sketches in the course of this investigation, and we're only referencing 2 of them today. So, in anticipation of how they might be used by the defense, this motion was filed in anticipation of that, so as not to have sketches appearing in opening statements before there's rulings on particular witnesses or their evidence that might imprint the jury and create bias before we even get started by showing them sketches. So the specific concern was that sketches would be presented as demonstrative. It's one of those in opening statements before we have rulings on whether those are even relevant to the case. In addition, like everything should be relevant, because if it helped find him, it's relevant. If it didn't help find him, it's relevant, because if it was completely opposite of what he looks like, there's other people. These people are amazing. In addition, the state would ask that the court rule that the sketches are hearsay, and in fact, what? So you want them to say that they're hearsay now, but next case you're going to use them to fucking, if you get it right. This is amazing. It's like they're on opposite roles here. Even double hearsay by the suggestive nature of the very item itself. Right? How many times does this person use sketches? And now they want you to think that it's double hearsay because the witness is telling somebody. Oh. And that the law enforcement purpose for using forensic sketches is an investigative tool, much like a PBT, or that's my best example, where you have something that's helpful and it might be relevant, but yet it's not admissible due to the nature of the evidence and its unreliability. The case that Ms. Auger refers to in Indiana, Roe versus State, is from 1974. It's before the codification of our rules of evidence. So case law was the guide at the time. in that particular case, although it does say that a sketch was admitted with the witness who helped prepare the sketch testifying. That question was only on the question of hearsay and in the context of some really different circumstances where the witness that helped prepare the sketch had the opportunity to observe the subject that they were describing for hours prior to the crime. It was a person in a bar, and the victim was then later robbed by that patron. And so that particular witness had a lot of time to observe the subject and suspect, therefore defendant, and that they were making a sketch of. It's the state's position that the sketches would not fall into an exception to the hearsay rule under our current rules of evidence, and that the other Indiana case that was cited by the defense is a case that is not on point, and that being Johnson. In that particular case, in a summary of the case, to set up the circumstances, it talks about how the sheriff's office created a composite sketch from a victim who was receiving medical treatment, and then the victim then unequivocally identified the person. Her sketch didn't identify the person. She did. And the defendant was attacking facts that were supporting the probable cause affidavits. So it was not used for identification in a criminal trial to determine the person's guilt or innocence. So again, very different from our situation. The other cases I could find in Indiana, it was either mentioned as evidence, but it was not the subject matter of the appeal, or it was a composite sketch that came from the result of hypnosis, and it was ruled as inadmissible. It is the state's request that because the composite sketches were they were an investigative tool. They were not used to identify Mr. Allen. They were simply used in this investigation to generate leads that either on a case-by-case basis or by granting this motion in limine, that the composite sketches should be ruled as irrelevant to Mr. Allen, and in conjunction that they would be double hearsay, if not hearsay on a basic level. As to the subjective nature of how they are prepared, the subjectiveness that a person brings to them, and how that cannot be removed from the end result, there would be a difference of opinion, even with Miss Blair, about what a 10 meant to her, and that not all interviewers do things the same way. And there would be testimony as to what she believed she was validating by giving it a 10 at the time, right? And if that 10 went in their favor, then it would be their, they would be able to, people are amazing. Like now that they don't want it, this 10, it means nothing, right? So why we believe in anything she says then? Okay. So maybe she meant 9 and she was being hyperbolic or whatever that is, right? Okay, a 9 out of 10. You didn't use it. Somebody gives you a 9 out of 10 sketch. Come on. Okay. May I briefly respond, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. First of all, pursuant to rule numbers, a statement is not hearsay if it's an identification of a person shortly after perceiving the person. Miss Blair's sketch was 3 days after she saw the individual on the bridge on February 13th. Sarah Carbaug's sketch was 4 months and some days after that. In terms, they used it. These people are amazing. It's like, oh, we don't want this person's sketch 3 days after, yet we do want to use the one from 4 months. In terms of relevance, Your Honor, the state says they've not used Betsy Blair's sketch to identify Mr. Allen. That's because it looks nothing like Mr. Allen. And he absolutely has a Fifth Amendment right to confront and cross-examine witnesses against him to identify. Is the 14th Amendment due process right to a fair trial. And to the extent that Betsy Blair has identified an image that looks nothing like Mr. Allen, that is absolutely relevant. It goes to the very fundamental nature of a fair trial for him. With regard to hearsay, Your Honor, where a witness is available, we have Miss Blair under subpoena, where she's available and subject to cross-examination. Those are the concerns behind the hearsay rule. And those concerns did not change when it was codified. Thank you. Anything else, Miss Dieter? No. Okay. Well, obviously, I haven't been provided with any of the case law, so I'll have to get the case law and review that case law. I mean, I guess just so you kind of know where my head's at. I'm struggling with how the composite sketches, which according to this witness, deal with recognition, not identification. I'm struggling with how that would then be relevant if it's an investigative tool that is not used to identify this particular defendant. That's not so. Yeah, well, it's because it's describing somebody that doesn't look like him, so you can't use it. Therefore, we think you're seeing somebody else. It's so off. That's why. And then it's so like if it described into a T, they would love it, right? So I'll have to look at the case law, and I'll give you a ruling tomorrow morning before we get started with opening statements. Well, we then have the balance. Do you have any other evidence to present on any of the other motions? No. Okay. Does the defendant have any other evidence to present on any of the other motions? Your Honor, I do have Miss Blair's deposition. C. Oh, was it? It should be. She's moving it to C, yeah? Because B was never admitted. Right. B was just to show the witness. B were the state standards. B were the standards, yeah. A was that flash drive, and just for purposes of trial, I know that you are objecting to the deposition coming in. I'll show it admitted over objection for purposes of the hearing. Okay. I would encourage counsel. I mean, whatever exhibits you have that you will be introducing during trial, I can't give a flash drive to the jury. So if you have exhibits that you are going to be showing to the jury, they need to be able to be used by the jury deliberations. And I can't give them a flash drive. Yeah. Yes. What can you give them? Photographs? How are we supposed to offer up a video of them from a technical standpoint? Well, if you have a video that you want to display to the jury and they want to see it during deliberations, you have to be able to give me a medium that I can have the bailiffs use to show to the bailiffs. Show to the, I guess, the people, like the whoever, unless you all want to be here when the jury is reviewing digital evidence. If you want to be here, that's fine. That means you all have to be within 5 minutes of the courthouse while the jury is deliberating. That Mr. Allen is going to have to be transported over. And if that's how you want to handle it, that's how you want me to handle it, I'm happy to do it that way. But displaying things to the jury on a little tiny laptop is not going to be sufficient. I understand. We're trying to problem solve here, so that things are not so clunky. Having gone down to Carol or over to Carol and looked at some of the technological issues or challenges over there with the new equipment, my expectation is that we are going to have a laptop on our desk, and that laptop's going to have a thumb drive. And when we go to the publish things to the jury during the course of the trial, we're going to have an assistant who's helping us publish those things, whether it be video or photographs and things like that. One of the concerns I have is that obviously, if those things are going to be admitted, example, a video or an audio statement, that we would offer those up to the court in a thumb drive, knowing that, or some other, I guess, hard drive or some sense, knowing that one of your staff members would be able to plug that into the TV and show that to the jury later. One of my concerns is that I'd like to not have to put each particular video on a separate medium, because we are going to have multiple, you're going to have multiple thumb drives or whatever it is. And so I would appreciate the court's guidance in maybe talking through that, even if we do it off the record. But those are some things that I'm concerned about, just in terms of the volume of evidence and just having some kind of new technology down there in some, circumstances that may be different than what you're dealing with in your own courtroom on a routine basis. Okay. Did you want to say something, Miss Diener? I would expect that each exhibit, if it's a video, would have to be on a separate device, because if they ask to see a particular video and the court says that's the appropriate, we don't want to send back a flash drive with 10 videos, but it's just a thought. Well, and I can't send a flash drive back to the jury room. Right. Right. They don't have anything in the jury room to review that on. Well, we'll have to come into open court. So it would have to be, they would have to be brought back into the court to use the court equipment in the Carroll Circuit courtroom to that. My practice here has been for the last 20 years that the attorneys waive their presence. The defendant waives his presence. The jury is brought back in. They're sat in the jury box. I come in and explain that the bailiff's going to run the equipment. The bailiff has to stay in the courtroom, so they can't deliberate. So you can play it through once. That's it. And we don't go back and forth. That's consistent with case law that they're entitled to review the evidence. But I have that concern that if you are going to put 10 flash drives on, the bailiff may not know which specific one you have that you are going to be wanting. And what if it's determined to be inadmissible? Then how do you eliminate that from that particular flash drive? Yeah, so I think what I'm hearing is the better we label those things on the drive, there's more it's going to be helpful to the bailiff. Because really, the bailiff's going to be in control of that thumb drive and be able to click on whatever file is the appropriate file, even if there's multiple files on one drive. Yeah, but you're going to have to mark them pretty clearly. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, that's what I'm asking. I appreciate that. Okay, and the state would waive being present if the court needed to go through that process. Okay, Baldwin jumps in. We would too. You would too? Yeah. Is that what you just said? Yeah. Okay, all right. So I would take the motion in lemonade under advisement to look up the case law. If you've got copies of that case law, that'd be helpful. Otherwise, I'm going to have to find that stuff. So I'll take that under advisement. Your Honor? Yes? I did not bring clean copies with me, but I can file them and email them to counsel and to you, if that'd be helpful. You could email them. That would be helpful. Yeah. Okay. Just email me. Thank you. And you have my email address. Yes. Okay. Yesterday at the bench, the defendant indicated that you were withdrawing the motion for the jury to view the scene. Yes. Is that accurate? That is being withdrawn. Yes, ma'am. Judge, I'm sorry. Could we release the witnesses for the first hearing? Yes. Okay. This is good. So I should find the hearing filing. Okay, so they just talked. I wonder if that's it. So they talked about the one for the jury to view the scene first. So the first time they talk is this. If they were drawing it, we could still quickly read it. The motion I have for the jury to view the scene. Okay. Then they get to hear it. Judge, I'm sorry. Could we release the witnesses? Yes. Okay. We don't need the witnesses any longer. No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Judge. Okay. Sorry to interrupt, Judge. Thank you. No, that's okay. That's fine. I know at the beginning of voir dire on Monday, the defendant moved for a separation of witnesses, which I granted. You designated a witness, Max Baker, to assist. I granted your motion, and I forgot to sign the order. Judge, can the state add to its argument about who they want in the court? I wasn't prepared when Mr. Rosie brought that up during the jury selection. I didn't know we were going to address it then, and I didn't have my notes. Can I at least add to my argument to allow the 2 witnesses for the state to be present? Yeah, go ahead, because I didn't rule on that. Correct, Judge. Go ahead. He wanted Mullen and Holman, didn't he? And I think I remember that. Thank you, Judge. I had an opportunity to review some of the stuff that Mr. Rotzi cited to court, and I think the rule that he cites, from what I can find, is actually going to deal with common law. Now that we've adopted the rule of evidence 615, under that rule, there are exceptions to the standard, with only having 1 witness and the other people being excluded by the separation order. And one of those exceptions, there's actually 3. The party is a natural person, an officer or employee of a party that is not a natural person designated as its representatives. And then in the third section, a person whose presence is shown by a party to be essential to the presentation of the party's case. And that's where the state lies, Judge, under Section 3, that these people, the 2 people we've asked to be excluded, Jerry Holman, that's it, Dick Jerry Holman, and Steve Mooman Mullins. Oh, boy. Oh, hey, Fishy, where you been? What is up? So nice to see you. Do you have a Fishy intermission? Anything about sketches and stuff? I think this is all about sketches. I really, really could use a break. If not, I can play a bit of CNs or something. But I just need 5 minutes to go. Tinkle. I'm going to go Sergeant Tinkle. So Dick Jerry Holm, and Steve Mellon are essential in the presentation of the party's case. Sure. Oh, thank you. Thanks so much, Fishy. If it's about sketches or anything, do you have something cool with the sketches? 5-10 minutes or whatever. If you do. If not, it's okay. But thank you. If you do, I'd appreciate it. And so what the rule says, this is possible to have more than 1 witness excluded from the rule, or separation of witnesses if you have witnesses who fall within one of these 3 categories that I talked about. Our witnesses fall again under Section 3, where they're essential for the state to be able to keep 2 of its officers or agents excluded from the separation order. Both must be qualified as essential, and that's Osborne versus state precedents. And that's a case from Indiana in 2001. To be essential, the witness has to have such specialized expertise or intimate knowledge of the facts of the case that a party's attorney would not effectively function without the presence or aid of the witness. And that is the case I'll be talking about mostly. That is Long v. State precedents. And in Long, the state was allowed to keep 2 representatives, an ISP trooper and a representative from the FBI, both as essential witnesses because of the length and complexity of the case. The 2 people that were kept in, the ISP trooper and FBI agent, were both heavily involved in the case, but involved in different roles, meaning they interviewed different people. They tracked different evidence. In that case, there were over 45 non-police witnesses, several search warrants, 66 exhibits, and all that was done in preparation for a 7-day trial that entailed a 3 to 4 year investigation. Here, we are well over 66 exhibits. We're well over 45 witnesses. This is a lengthier investigation over a longer period of years. Our investigation surpasses the metrics and the complexity of the case in Long, and our trial length is possibly 3 times longer. And so I don't see a case where it would be more essential than the case we have here today. Judge, where we need 2 witnesses or 2 representatives from the state. Their roles are different. Steve Mooman Mullins is my head investigator in my office. He conducted several of the non-police interviews. He has been in charge from day one. Yeah, he's been screwing up since day one, right? For us to keep track of all the exhibits. Yes, yes. He's helping you by disappearing them. All the evidence. Isn't that funny that he's in charge of the exhibits, and he's also, isn't that like a conflict of interest for him to be, because he lost a lot of exhibits as a police chief. Isn't that wild? All the evidence. Like, Mullins is the guy responsible for losing 5 weeks of evidence of all the interviews, not just the Odin guys. Everything that was taken on happened in those rooms at his precinct. Those first 5 weeks. So if they had witnesses come in and state stuff, if they had family members come in, everything, first 5 weeks. And then 5 weeks it was working. And then again, it happened for 5 weeks. And then 3 months later, he realized about the first time and wrote up a bunch of lists about it and fucking didn't sign or date them. Oh, thank you so much, Fishy. Man, I'm still going to finish here. Just this. So here's this idiot. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'll just finish Nick here. That's what I'm going to do. He has been in charge from day one for us to keep track of all the exhibits, all the evidence, all the discovery in his case. He has an intimate knowledge of where those things are located within the discovery, as the defense has complained about many times. There's 26 terabytes. Holy fuck. That's a lot of terabytes. Damn you. So 6 terabytes was what he lost. Each terabyte is 1,024 gigabytes. So, boy, you know how big a gigabyte is. Each terabyte is 1,024 gigs. That's fucking a lot. 26,000, probably close to 27,000 gigabytes of information. And he knows where everything is, right? Bullshit. In this case, over several hard drives, several videos, he is the person that can locate those things if they're brought up in court at the drop of a hat, Judge. Bullshit. He has an intimate knowledge of these things. He also participated again in several aspects of the investigation, interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence, losing evidence. ISP Trooper Dick Jerry Holman, he's the lead investigator. And again, his role was interviewing different witnesses from Mr. Moon Mullins, interviewing the defendant, collecting evidence from the defendant, and all those things. So they had very different roles in the investigation. And both of those are essential for the state to be able to present its case. And so that's the argument. Judge, for the state, for the witnesses to be exempt from the separation of witnesses, and would ask the court to consider that in making a ruling. Go for it. This is the time. Oh, let's do this justice. Let's do this justice. Go back. This is good. So this is where I'm at. So justice. Let's see this color. We're going to do, how is it? This. This is the fishy termission, and it's this is, it's wait, this is not what I meant. This is how do I draw a wing? There, that's a wing. And then they've got another wing coming out the other side. So this is a bald eagle carrying a fish. Right? And the fish has makeup on, big red lip. There we go. Beautiful fish. Love that. All right. So this is called the Fishy permission. And she lets me watch one of her amazing videos. And I run an intermission break. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Perfect. Perfect. Boom. No problem. Thank you so much. It's a pretty good one. Yeah. Awesome. So it's about sketches and that? It doesn't even matter. So we're going to surprise the people. It's a lovely, lovely, amazing, amazing addition. Luna knows it. Excellent. Yes. Good night. Sorry. Good night. Got to be up at 8. So good night. Thank you, Fishy. You're awesome. Thank you. That's it. Let's do this. Thank you. And I'm going to play this on my other. Let me get it ready. Hopefully it opens on this account because perfect. Perfect. Oh my God, 16 minutes. More than enough time. Ooh. Eyewitness testimony. Oh my goodness. Amazing. And let's do this. Come over here. Boom. I'll just drop it in. Here we go. Wait, how do I get that to go full screen? What did I do there? Oh, perfect. So the quality is up, okay? 1080, yeah. Speed is okay. Because I've been messing around on my other computer. Perfect. And the volume, how loud is it? Oh, I'll turn it down for you. Don't worry. Sometimes there's a disco party. Look at this. So this is Don't Hate Create, otherwise known as Big Fishy. She makes amazing videos, and she's going to allow me to, let me get rid of this, watch this while I run to the washroom. So it's 16 minutes. I don't know if we'll watch it all. Maybe I'll play the most of it, and I'll find a good spot. I'll see how long it takes because I don't have to do too much. And then we'll save the rest of it to either, I'll give you the link later on again. But yeah, you're right. I don't want to wake people up. You're right. Because they might close out when they realize they're still watching. You're so quick. So we'll definitely watch at least 10 minutes of it while I go to the washroom and that. And when I get back, if it's, I'll have to make a decision then. But thank you so much, Fishy. And here we go.
Hi, thank you guys for joining me. This video is going to be about memory and eyewitness testimony. Eyewitness testimony is one of the most important types of evidence in the justice system. It can be used to convict or acquit a defendant, and it can have a profound impact on the lives of everyone involved. But eyewitness testimony is not always reliable. In fact, studies have shown that eyewitnesses are often inaccurate, and their testimony can be influenced.
Oh, that was Noe saying goodnight. Good night, Noe. I thought it was Fishy leaving because I just saw the light. I didn't look. I'm so sorry. So good night, Noe. I don't know if that was you saying that, Fishy. I assumed it was you. I'm such a dummy. Don't you be sorry. It's perfect. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, not you.
Influenced by a number of factors. The human brain is an incredibly complex organ, and it's not always perfect. When we see something, our brains don't simply record a perfect image of the object. Instead, our brains process the information and create a mental representation of the object. This mental representation is what we remember.
I study false memories. People believe that memory works like a recording device. You just record the information, then you call it up and play it back when you want to answer questions or identify images. But decades of work in psychology has shown that this just isn't true. Our memories are constructive. They're reconstructive. Memory works a little bit more like a Wikipedia page. You can go in there and change it, but so can other people.
So this is a problem for eyewitness testimony. If memory is reconstructive, then it's not accurate. In its reconstruction, it's changed and will produce errors. False memories are Bartlett called confabulations. It's how misleading information influences memory. This can include leading questions. So the words that I use to ask a question can imply a certain response. And this influences the memory that someone reports.
Significant studies that illustrate how outside factors can influence and change our memories. So in this one study that she did, they had participants watch a video of an accident and then they asked them questions about what they remember. They would ask the groups in different ways, like
contacted, hit, bumped, collided, and smashed. And each verb resulted in a different average estimation of speed. A week later, in a follow-up interview, the researchers asked participants if they saw any smashed glass on the scene. Even though there was no smashed glass in the original video, those participants who had been primed with the concept of a high-speed crash in the smashed condition were most likely to report that they had seen broken glass. The power of a word.
Oh, those people likely don't even remember how that question was phrased to them, but it changed their actual memory of the event. That's crazy. And so a year later, those same people were like, let's do another study. And they showed the participants a bunch of like car crashes, or like, I don't know if it was a bunch, but they showed the participants like car crash where multiple cars crashed into each other. And then they either asked them, I'm just gonna let this guy tell you guys what the study was about. So here you go.
The following year, Loftus published another paper on leading questions and reliability of eyewitness testimony, this time with Zanny. This time the difference is even more subtle, but amazingly influential. Participants again watched a video of a road accident, this one involving multiple vehicles. Having watched the video, participants were asked a series of questions about the scene. Some participants were asked whether they had seen a broken headlight. They were asked if they had seen the broken headlight. The researchers' use of the definite article the in the question led to twice the number of false reports of seeing a broken headlight in the video. There was no broken headlight in the video, but that sneaky little 3-letter word led so many witnesses to swear that there had been.
That is just an example of like a tiny, tiny word in a question, that this isn't a conspiracy that all these law enforcement are purposely trying to get the witnesses to say something. It's just a small detail that could have a big impact. Like, it all starts with a really small detail that breaks one of those data points early on. And it's a very small little detail in the beginning, in the way that they ask it. Could very much influence their whole memory of that event and create a false memory. Say, oh, do you remember Dave was late to work last Friday? And it's a really like familiar place. You can picture yourself at work, so that's like not a stretch. And you work with Dave all the time. You can picture Dave coming into work. Some days he's been late. Last Friday, he wasn't. But the way you say, do you remember he was late last Friday? It's an easy jump to be like, yeah, I remember that. Maybe it wasn't last Friday, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, but like now in your head, it's last Friday. What color shirt was Dave wearing? And then you'd be like, come up with it in your head, blue, because that's like the most likely color shirt. And you've seen Dave wear many blue shirts, and you picture it in your head, and now Dave was wearing that blue shirt when he was late on Friday, but he was never even late on Friday. Maybe he was late 3 months ago, but not last Friday. But now you remember him being late last Friday. You remember what shirt he was wearing. You remember what music was playing. Like, you have this whole memory in your head that you are not intentionally lying, and you believe it's real, and it's not necessarily real. Post-event information. Witnesses can be influenced by information they encounter after the event, which can alter their memory of what happened. For instance, if a witness hears another person's account of the event or reads a news article about it, they may inadvertently adopt some of the details from these sources as their own memories, even if they didn't actually witness those details. Misinformation effect. This phenomenon occurs when people are more likely to remember false information that was presented to them after the event than the accurate information they originally witnessed. This can lead to creation of false memories or the distortion of existing ones, further complicating the reliability of eyewitness testimony. So, talking about an event can cause a person to incorporate others' memories as their own. So, there's a study that showed 2 participants different videos of the same event and then allowed them to discuss it. And when they brought them back in for questioning, each individual member remembered seeing events that they did not see, that was not in their video. It was in the partner's video that they saw. But that person remembered seeing it with their own head and claimed that that was their own memory when they did not, in fact, see that.
The contamination of eyewitness testimony with another witness's memory, reducing accuracy. When witnesses discuss what they've seen, we find that their testimony alters to match the accounts of other witnesses, and this is called memory conformity. Now, I've already discussed post-event discussion, that witnesses change their recall to be in line with other witnesses, and here's an interesting research study showing the effect. Gabbett shared videos of the same crime to pairs of participants, but each member of the pair was shown a different video, showing the crime from separate perspectives.
Well, what about when a witness isn't asked a leading question? Surely if every word is carefully checked for implicit meaning before questioning, the witness could then rely on their testimony. Well, it still might not be so reliable, as Kronberg et al. Demonstrated in the aftermath of a real, very tragic plane crash in 1992. A plane had taken off from Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, and shortly into the flight had lost control of its engines. The pilots turned the plane around to return to the runway, but the plane lost height and crashed into an 11-story apartment building. Whilst the story had been widely reported in the news, the accident itself hadn't been captured on camera. So 10 months after the crash, Kronberg and colleagues questioned 193 people about it. When asked if they had seen the plane hit the building, 55% of those that had been asked reported that they had, even though they had not been present at the time and there was no video footage. In a follow-up study by the same team, the percentage of people who believed they had seen the crash had risen to 68%, and 67% of interviewees described how they saw the plane hit the building horizontally. Further proof that they were providing false testimony because the plane was vertical at the time of the crash. So were these supposed witnesses compulsive liars? No-gooders who can't distinguish between truth and imagination? No. Even more concerning, they were perfectly ordinary people like you and me who had fallen prey to our biggest strength and weakness, the human ability to self-deceive.
And these people aren't evil or nefarious or anything. Like, there's no guilt I'm trying to imply to any of these people. It's just a crazy way our brains remember stuff. And so there's many other things that influence the reliability of memory, such as time since the event happened, attention to what happened. So you're more likely to remember a car crash than you are just walking down a trail, a random person that passed you. Like 5 days later, if you're going to try to describe that person, it's going to be a lot harder because you only saw them for like a second and there wasn't really any reason to remember them. So your memory of that person, for most people, is not going to be the greatest. You're not going to be able to remember exactly what they're wearing, exactly what color their eyes were, or like just try it yourself. Try to think of last weekend when you went to the grocery store and you checked out. Describe to me the person that checked you out. Yeah. Not like checked you out like, hey, but checked you out like took your money, you talked to, you, like, what do you remember about the person? I personally, I don't even remember. Like, hold on, I'm actually going to stop and try to think. Oh, I think that the last person that I interacted with was through a drive-thru, and that person had like dark hair and maybe like fake nails, and like nice eyebrows, and obviously they were just wearing a McDonald's uniform. So I like kind of am creating this picture in my head, but if it's accurate, I literally have no idea. Like, I think I remember all these details, but maybe that was like a time before that I had gone. But actually try to stop and think of a person that you interacted with a couple days ago. I don't really trust Carroll County in general. There's a lot of stuff where they cut corners and they're a little bit shady, and they don't have like the top notch law enforcement. Not that I'm like trying to diss on law enforcement. I think a lot of cops are really good cops. Just in particular, Carroll County, especially under the leadership of Tobe Lesenby, just like isn't really who I would want investigating my daughter's murder. I would definitely want them to be calling in like people who have dealt with many cases like this, not someone who um, describes. Tobe said in an interview that there's no right, or they didn't know what to do with this case, and there's no like directions on how to deal with a case like this or whatever. But yeah, Tobe, there's tons of books on it. Like there's whole degrees, like there's whole colleges that you can go to and get your doctorates in like in fucking crime scene investigation and CSI and interview techniques, and just there's lots of books and trainings and shit on this, and that you described it as that there's no instructions on how to do this is terrifying to me, and it tells me that when they were questioning witnesses, they probably weren't paying attention to how they were questioning them, and that could very well have influenced those memories of those witnesses. So this is kind of like mind shocking to me. This is not at all how I had thought memories worked, and why I went hard on the family's testimony when there was inconsistencies. When in actuality, if you learn how memory really works, it's almost it should be like expected that Kelsey's story would evolve, because she's talked about it so many times. She's heard it from her family members explaining it at CrimeCon. She's heard news people talk about it when she's doing interviews. And so all those things, like little bits and pieces, end up changing her actual memory of it. And it's not her intentionally doing it. She doesn't even know it's happening. Nobody knows what's happening. Nobody's doing this on purpose. It's not a conspiracy. It's not like some great grand conspiracy. Like, I'm not making these vast leaps to be like, oh my gosh, this is a huge conspiracy that they walked past on a trail in the same way, wearing the exact same clothing, is, to me, indicates that possibly when they were being questioned, there was some sort of influence that cause them all to remember the exact same outfit, maybe even just the picture being released 2 days later. It depends on when the witnesses' testimonies were, but that right there can have a huge impact on the witnesses' memory of what they saw. And so, oh yeah. The factors that influence encoding and memory can all affect the reliability of eyewitness testimony. Eyewitnesses are often inaccurate, and their testimony can be influenced by a number of factors. Testimony. Eyewitness testimony is still an important part of the justice system, but it's important to use it in conjunction with other forms of evidence. By using multiple sources of evidence, we can increase the accuracy of our decisions and help to ensure that justice is served. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope it made you think about eyewitness testimony, and hopefully you learned some stuff. If you like this video, please like and subscribe, and see you next time. Bye.
Bye. Look at us. Let's do a duet here. I love doing the duets. So it was earlier. Was that 15, 16, 10 or so?
If you like this video, please like and subscribe, and see you next time. Bye.
Bye. Hope that sounded okay. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, thank God. That was great, Fishy. Love it. Love it. Thank you so, so much. Look at this. I got it fresh again. Fresh. Boom. The fishy intermission is finished. Thank you. It's amazing. How old was that video? Did you see? I mean, you're making these before people are even doing stuff. So 2 years ago, I mean, I could barely talk through a microphone, and you're doing this 2 years ago in May. So this is it's like almost 3 years ago coming up. Dude, that's good stuff. I still can't do it now. So thank you so much. Oh, the criminals, the raccoons. Yeah. I like those pictures, man. They're great.
In actuality, if you learn how memory really...
I paused it. Which one? There was one I really like. I like the colors. Let's go full screen here. I'm not going to play it. I just, oh, there's the ones, this one here was cute. These ones. This one here, the purplish one. There. She's adorable. Cute dogs. Oh, meow. Woof. Where are you getting those from? Do you do like a AI? No, it's years ago, right? AI wasn't around, I guess, yet. Awesome. Oh, the raccoon, there he is. We'll finish with him. Not him, the other guy. This guy, right? Where are you? This guy. Where are you? Come back. Come back. There you go. Dude. Bye. Boom. There's my outro. All right, let's go. One more screw around. Thank you so much. That's great. Really good. Oh, do you want me to put the link again or what? I guess everyone knows where to get it, right? Find that link. Where is it? Where is it? Don't you worry. I got it covered. There we go. Where are you? How long did you put that? Oh, I'm on my other. I got to put it to all messages. Sorry. Live chat. Sorry. I went onto my other account. Where the hell is it? Put a link in, right? Oh, it's a long time ago. That's why I can't. Oh, here it is. It's a little rough. There we go. Can I pin that? What? Oh, do I gotta be on this account? What's going on? So sorry. And I'll get this straight. Don't worry. Oh, there we go. Boom. Okay, there we go. Well, I can only pin with my one account. Perfect. Go on over to Fishies and subscribe because she's amazing. All right? Don't you dare. People are coming. No, you did great, man. You're doing stuff before people were doing it. Raccoons are cool. Let's go. Boom. Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, the court. And so where were we at? 40, what time is it? 6. I should get this done. Oh, okay. Anything, any additional? Mr. Rosie. Judge, I would just note to the court that Rule 615 is exactly that I referenced the other day. That is the rule regarding the separation rule of the rules of evidence. I would add that again. The real issue here is the substance of what both Mr. Dick Holman and Mr. Moon Mullins were involved in this case. And it's easy to say that they were involved in different things. Naturally, in any case, two people are going to do different things. But it's similarities that are the problem here. And that is to say that both of them interviewed witnesses, frankly, in the recent past, the DOC that pertain to some of the essential issues in the case. Example, the incriminating statements that are alleged to have been made by Mr. Allen, to Jerry Holman too, and the credibility of those particular witnesses have been called into question, even in some of the pleadings today. And so that goes more to Mr. Allen's confrontation, right? And that is that his confrontation right, Constitution, probably saying, right? Mr. Allen's constitutional rights, that's got to be what it is. And that it is his constitutional right as a constitutional right which I believe takes precedence over 615, which is, an evidentiary rule. So in terms of authority, I think there's more priority on the Constitution, right? It's got to be saying Constitution there. So I'd ask the court to take into consideration. That's right. And I do think that, the underlying purpose behind the separation order is just to prohibit witnesses from being able to communicate with each other and to testify in a manner that would be otherwise to be consistent with with the other witness to the extent that it's helpful to the state in this case. And head investigator Moonman Mullins has been working for the prosecutor's office and dealing with all the discovery in this case. It seems like a natural transition for him to be identified as the state's representative. That seems normal and natural to me. But Trooper Dick Holman is an officer who has interviewed many witnesses. And many of those, their credibility will be called into question. So we would ask the court to take that into consideration. And otherwise, I filled a motion asking for an exception to the rule. And the state doesn't object to my request. The state hasn't offered up any evidence. They're just sitting here arguing. And so, this is a pre-trial hearing. I think to the extent that they are asking you to rest on argument, I don't think that's appropriate either. So I'd ask the court take that into consideration. Thank you. Thank you. Judge, might I respond briefly? Sure. In terms of credibility of witnesses from the DOC, I don't know how head investigator Moon Mullins or Trooper Dick Holman would be able to testify on the credibility of a witness or vouch for a witness. The witnesses that the defense are talking about from the DOC, we plan to have a lot of witnesses here to testify. They're going to be available for cross-examination. They can call the witnesses for cross-examination. So I don't think either one of those witnesses are going to be testifying about the credibility of a DOC witness. It seems that the defense not only wants me to only have one representative, but now they want to choose the representative that I have on top of that, Judge. So I don't know how the court's going to rule on this, but if the court denies our motion and only allows one person, we would ask that the head lead investigator, Jerry Dick Holman, be allowed to stay in the courtroom. I just don't think that defense's arguments are applicable in this case, given, the complexity of the case that we have, Judge. Okay, well, I didn't take your motion under advisement. Mr. Boswickley, having previously granted the defendants on October 14th, the defendant objected to you keeping two. Based on your argument today, I'd find that they are going to help you during the presentation of your case and over the defense's objection. Of course you do find that. Of course you do. I'll give you the opportunity to have Mr. Moonman Mullins and Trooper Dick Holman to assist you. Now, this guy here has lost so much exculpatory evidence as a chief of police, and this guy here has lied in sworn affidavits and lost his recordings of when Rick Allen supposedly sat in his car with him and stuff like that, and so much. And these guys are both, it's amazing. To assist the presentation of your evidence, are we ready now to then resolve the other three motions that we have? Okay, that's what's going on here. We're doing all those other ones too. Great. We got the state had two motions in limine, one regarding the IPA settlement and one regarding a defense witness, a William Tobin. And then the defendant had a motion in limine regarding testimony from various prison guards, inmates, law enforcement officers, and IDOC staff members. Why don't we take the defendants up since they're just one? We're going to argue that one. Oh boy. So basically we finished the stuff with the evidence, right? So should I? A better person would be, like, we just finished the one. This is about the evidence, right? Is it this one? Comes now, the accused Richard Allen, the brief in response to the motions eliminated regarding the composite sketches. I think it's at the end of the day. So, and I guess this is like filed by Auger or somebody, right? Yeah. So you know what? This is a response to that. Maybe I'll say this for another day, but I'm not going to do. It sounds like there's a lot of stuff going on here. So you know what? How about today I'll do these, and then there's probably going to be responses to all these. That's what it's going to be. So maybe I'll do that next time. And sorry, I'm not even reading chat. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I pinned it. Is that okay? Hey, Dewey, what's up? Okay, sorry. Do you want me to take? I'm sorry. Sorry. I'll get it off. I'll take it off. Sorry. I unpinned it. You really don't? It was nice. It was good. I mean, I liked it. But either way, thank you. So where was I? So they're going to do all these today too. And if we have time, maybe I'll. I don't even think I'm going to get this done. So let's just do that. Me, Your Honor, thank you. Okay, you may proceed. So they're going to do the other ones now. Just 1 second, please. I'm shifting gears here. Thank you, Judge. Just to make sure we're on the same page, we are talking about the motion in Lemonade, file marked October 11th, regarding state's witnesses. Yes, thank you. All right, Judge. So what I'll do is I'll highlight them now, and then so we'll do the way they're doing it here, and then we'll also be able to go back and cover these all here, and I'll be able to find this later. So they're going to do, they're responding. We're talking about this motion in Lemonade, marked October 11th. Yes, thank you. All right, Judge. So to kind of set the stage here, there are a number of witnesses, and I mentioned in the motion, I didn't identify them specifically in the motion because there's so many. I can do that now, or I can wait until we're done making the legal arguments and then identify them. You can. That's fine. You can list them later. That's okay. I'm sorry. You can list them later. That's okay. Okay. All right. Just go ahead and make your argument. Okay. This is about the next one. So this starts because he's going to make his argument about this next one. So, thank you. And you know those witnesses would be number one, prison guards from Westville and Wabash Valley, possibly some jails, maybe the Cass County Jail, maybe White County Jail, and maybe the Carroll County Jail. And where Mr. Allen was housed for periods of time during this case. Number two, inmates from Westville Correctional Facility. And then number three, police officers or law enforcement officers who would have gone to those facilities and interviewed inmates. And that's Mullins and Holman. And guards as it relates to Mr. Allen's actions while housed at the DOC. Oh, I'm so sorry. I keep doing that. Thank you. Think I'm fine, girl? You're fine too, girl. Or at the checkout. What was it again? You checking me out at the checkout, girl? That was funny. You're fine too. Mm-hmm. Isn't she, guys? She's fine. Right, Dewey? Let's go. You're all fine. The argument is, or the concern is, that during many of those witness interviews, what you've got is you've got an officer, Officer Moonman Mullins, and Officer Dick Holman, Officer Davies, I believe Rich Davies was one of those, Officer Harshman, who testified at one of the pretrial hearings in this case in July. Those officers essentially went in and used what I would consider kind of a template for interviewing these guards and inmates. And that template was basically this: who are you? What's your connection to Mr. Allen? How much time did you spend observing him? What did he say when you're observing him? What did he do when you were observing him? See, this is funny because I've always had a feeling, now I put stuff together after this trial, that I feel these guards weren't the ones that were told all those confessions. I feel it was the inmate companions, and that these guards had to say it was them for them to be able to be used. And I think they're all lying, in my personal opinion. And then that's when Mullins and them even went to investigate. There were some contradictions and stuff they said to Holman and Mullins. That's why, because it wasn't them. I bet it was those the convicts guys, the inmate suicide companions, because they all say that before the discovery came, they were removed because they were worried about them getting discovery. But that he was put into safekeeping on the 4th. And so they say he had the discovery before that in the end of March, the beginning of April. Rosie said that. They had the discovery already. But then the confession started on the 5th, all the way up to, and that's when that letter was passed under the door to one of the guards, all the way up to like the 10th. All these days, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. April of 2023 is when the guards supposedly heard all the confessions and all that weird stuff. But on the 10th is when Wallace says he was messing up his cell and had all the discovery all over the place. And they were worried about the companions getting them, but they weren't supposed to be there now. Now, if the guards were there, the guards were suicide companions to hear all these confessions. And if he didn't receive his, if they were gone by the time he got his discovery, when were those inmates there? When were the inmates there watching him? So I have a feeling the inmates were here 4th through the 10th, and then they were removed at this day, I believe. Felt like, because each of these guards shows up 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th to get all these juicy confessions, and each one of them shows up in even more suspicious circumstances, and their paperwork is suspicious, and the way it's filed and filled out is suspicious. And his initials are here, but it must have been me, and I don't know. And the first guy gets fired because he didn't support. I believe the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, when all the big confessions were made, that it was to the inmate companions, in my opinion. And that's why it sounds weird when those guards explain how they arrived to start being a companion, a suicide companion. And it was really the inmate companions, because they say they were gone by this time. But if they were gone, when were they even really there? So, in my opinion. So, and let's carry on. So, what did he do when you were observing him? And maybe most importantly to this particular motion, how was he acting? And what was your opinion about whether or not his actions were genuine? Oh my God. Oh my God. So sorry. And in those interviews, as part of that template, the officers would almost always preface their questions about how genuine Mr. Allen was acting with. Right. That's what I was going there, because when Jerry and them went to interview the guards, there was some suspicious things about those interviews too. Like they accidentally said some stuff that implied they might not have been the ones who heard those confessions. So, hey, I understand that you don't have any history, or you don't have any education in psychiatry or psychology, or you don't have a background in mental health, those kind of things. But would you just tell us what's your thought about whether or not he was faking this or not? And so it goes to this kind of feigning behaviors that may or may not have been part of Mr. Allen's circumstances in his cell. And so one of the concerns that the defense has is that essentially these witnesses will be marched in, and one second. Excuse me. And we're back. Asked the same types of questions that the law enforcement officers asked them in terms of, hey, I understand you don't have any background in psychology, but would you just tell me, do you think he was honest, or do you think he was telling the truth, or do you think that he was acting genuinely when he did this, or was he faking? Because imagine it was to those inmate companions those confessions, they would never have been able to use them. But since they say it was to a sworn officers that don't do anything irresponsible, because the inmate companions were taking the information and spreading it to everyone else in general population. And when they talked to their families on the phone, they must have heard them say stuff to the, their families at home over the phone and stuff like that. So that's why they had to say, in my opinion, that's why they had to make it look like the guards were the ones that heard all that stuff, when I bet you they weren't. I bet you. There's a way we can prove that those guards were really there on the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 9th of April when all those big confessions were made. I would be amazed if it was really them. And I believe the defense believes that those types of questions and the attempt by the state to elicit testimony about these feigning or faking behaviors would violate Rule 701. And that is to say that those witnesses have specific life experiences or similar life experiences in order to be able to testify that Mr. Allen was acting with some sense of genuineness or not. And I think what you will hear, and maybe these are foundation things that would be addressed in court during the trial. But I think that you're going to hear is that none of these people had ever been incarcerated like Mr. Allen was, to the extent that he was a pretrial detainee, and that these things, sorry, I gotta sit up. These things were occurring while he was in solitary confinement for months and months at a time without interruption. And so I don't think that there's a basis. It's kind of firsthand. It's similar to firsthand knowledge. It's a similar argument, but it's Rule 701. Rule 702 is, as you know, the rule that requires that to the extent that you are going to testify about someone's state of mental health, there's to be some expertise established if somebody has a background. If they're an expert, basically, or at least a skilled witness in that particular area. And in fact, in the case, most, if not all, of these individuals, at least the guards and the inmates, have acknowledged to the officers, look, I don't have any background in mental illness or history of, in psychology or mental health. There are a few in full transparency. There are a couple of witnesses that did indicate that they had taken a capsule of training with the DLC, the what? Witnesses. And that there was a component of that capsule that had to do with dealing with people with mental health issues. Capsule. The evidence would show that if we went through that, essentially, that this is the kind of training where as a DLC officer, it's kind of like first responder training. Like if you're involved in a situation where some schizophrenic, somebody who's got schizophrenia is acting this way, this is how you keep things. This is how you calm things down until we can get some professionals there. And so in full transparency, there's a little bit of that sprinkled into the testimony. But I don't think anybody that you would hear would be able to establish that they're an expert or a skilled witness as it relates to the psychology or mental health or anything of that nature. And in fact, again, there's admission by the law enforcement officers as they're asking the questions that they understand. They, being the law enforcement officers, that's the case. And then finally, 704, I believe that rule applies in that, essentially by eliciting testimony about whether or not an inmate or a guard believed that Mr. Allen's statements were genuine or that he was fake, or the alternative, that he was faking those things or feigning that behavior. It's a conclusion of law. And because it goes directly to his guilt or innocence. And so I think based on 704, those types of arguments should be excluded. And then finally, Rule 403. Maybe I said finally a minute ago, but Rule 403 also applies, and that the idea that the court would allow these things to happen. People without any type of real background or skill sets in mental health or psychology or anything of that nature would just be confusing to the jury. And so I think 403 applies as well. Thank you. Oh my God. Felt like I couldn't get a breath in there for some reason. And who's arguing for the state? Judge, I'm sorry. Mr. Boss McClellan. Judge, when I read the motion in Lemonade, I kind of focused on the prison guards, law enforcement officers within the DOC, because that's who the state plans to call in that respect. Could include, I suppose, other DOC staff members, but the testimony of the correction officers and the DOC law enforcement prison guards, they are not going to testify as experts concerning mental health of the defendant, nor is the testimony going to be the ultimate issue. Okay, our intent of guilt or innocence for Mr. Allen. They are not going to testify to the truth or falsity of the allegations against Mr. Allen, whether or not witnesses has testified truthfully, and they are not going to testify to a legal conclusion. They plan to testify about Richard Allen's behavior while they were supervising him at the Westville Correctional Facility and the Wabash Correctional Facility. Hey, what's up, Lindsay? Hello, good morning. Hey, guys. You're back. Welcome. Cool. Everyone, say hello to Lindsay. Nice to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Let's do this. I started late tonight, so I only did 4 hours tonight. The pin is whether his actions were genuine or not, whether or not they believe, and whether they believe he was faking or not. So if you're not sure what we're doing, Lindsay, this is the day before the trial begins, October 17th, right here. Quickly, I'll show you. It's October 7th. So there was a couple of little things like this. Motions hearing is what we're reading. Right? And this brief in response to this motion and Lemonade is coming up part. And then the next day, tomorrow is day one of the trial. Day one. So I kind of skipped over these earlier. And now I'm just going back and I'm going to go through and get like things like these orders that I missed, important stuff, but not the actual trial days because we did that extensively. So that's what I'll be doing the next few days. If you enjoy that, come back, stick around. All right. So this is right before the trial, the day before the trial. Tomorrow it starts. And then throughout the trial, there's a few things that I skipped. And the testimony. Hey, what's up, Four Pits? Good morning to you. Look at all you guys coming in. Are you weirdos waking up again in the morning? Oh my God. Morning people. You disgust me. I'm just kidding. Good morning. So, correctional facility and their opinion as to whether his actions were genuine or not. Because they actually do kind of throw their own stuff in throughout the trial. So Nick's trying to pretend that they're not, but they are. They do. The testimony is going to be based in firsthand knowledge from personally observing Richard Allen over a period of time. It will be opinion testimony based on their training and expert experience as correctional officers at the IDOC, where some of them have had specialized training and some will move beyond lay witnesses into skilled witnesses. Right, specialized training, my ass. Probably like a day course. Psychological training and what chemicals to not mix when you're cleaning the toilets. The testimony is going to be helpful to the jury to have a clear understanding of Richard Allen's behavior while he was incarcerated there at Westville and Wabash. The defense has brought into play Richard Allen's mental health into question, and so they are claiming that the confessions, I think they are going to claim the confessions are false, or at least should be given 0 weight because of, that they're coerced under duress. And if you take a note, Becky Patty, in her victim impact statement at sentencing, at the sentencing, not just where he got convicted, like at the sentencing, Becky Patty said to Richard Allen, "I hope one day you'll take responsibility for this, everything you've done, and tell us or admit to us." So Becky Patty didn't believe these confessions, in her own words. As she said to him right there in her impact statement, "Richard Allen, I hope someday you'll own up and take responsibility for this." A bunch of them probably said that. So none of them believed the confessions. So thank you. At least should be given 0 weight because of the conditions in Westville, and that those conditions somehow caused a mental health breakdown. Testimony from the correctional officers that were monitoring Richard Allen 24 hours a day. Oh, Nicole's back too. Look at you guys. Sorry if I missed you. So 4 Pits, Dewey, Lindsay. Look at you guys. Fishy's hopefully still here. Luna was around all night. And Nicole, Lucy. Oh my God. Did I wake you guys? I'm so sorry. Was I speaking too loud? Did I wake you, Nicole? Good morning. Let's do this. I'll try not to wake anyone else. Or maybe I should, because then you guys, chat gets exciting again. So maybe I should wake you guys up. I'm like kidding. So testimony from the ORFs here. This would be a valuable information for the jury to consider, to have a clear understanding of his situation when he made the admissions. The testimony, in the state's opinion, is not in violation of 701. It will be in compliance with 701, and as testimony of a lay or skilled witness. They have all the witnesses the state plans to call have a sufficient experience as correctional officers. And they have annual training that Mr. Rosie talked about in how to notice inmates suffer from mental health triggers and symptoms. They also experience, just within the Westville Correctional Facility, at least there are mental health wings where mental health inmates are housed. Oh boy. Called the K House and the Span House. I never heard those names before. K House and Span House. And these correctional officers have worked on those wings and been able to observe inmates. He's not an inmate, right? How do they get to call him an inmate? They should have to say he's a pretrial detainee or a safekeeper, whatever. With mental health illnesses exclusively, and so it gives them an opportunity to observe inmates suffering from mental health illnesses daily, and gives them experience in what those inmates go through and some of those mental health issues. When I read through Rule 701, Judge, it requires opinion testimony to be as concrete and factual as practical and reasonably based on first-hand knowledge. The opinions routinely are admitted for the following topics: mental health condition. If the witness has personally observed a person over a period of time that includes the defendant's sanity in a criminal case, the physical condition of the defendant, if based on personal observation, including identity, resemblance, body condition, intoxication, state of health, and appearance and age. The opinions are not only limited, or the opinions are only limited in that they must be opinions personally based on some combination of the witness's own personal observations, knowledge, and past experience, and where the witness was an eyewitness. And here we have that their testimony is going to be based on their personal observation and their past experience, and that they are an eyewitness. Some of the cases talk about if a lay witness gives opinion testimony about the perception of what is happening, and that perception is based on specialized knowledge, they can become a skilled witness. And the court is allowed to have officers testify over defendant's objection if they are a skilled witness, if they have an experience not necessarily expert training, but experience that will give the jury an insight into what's going on. Oh boy, 1 second. Oh no, who's getting abducted by aliens, do we? Definitely. And mushrooms? Is that a mushroom? I can't even see what that is. Oh my goodness. Or is that one of those satellite radars? I can't even see it. I have to go full screen for that one. Fuck. Where are you? Oh, my banner covers it. Idiot. Oh, I can't see what it is. Oh, maybe I should put it on screen if I want to go there. No, what the hell is that? Can't even see it. Pink. Is that a spaceship? Oh, okay, that's what it is. Looks different on. Oh, it's a spaceship. My bad. So sorry. Awesome. The state doesn't believe 702 is applicable in this instant because none of these witnesses are going to be testifying as experts. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The state does not believe the testimony is in violation of 704. They will not be testifying about the ultimate issue at hand here. The ultimate issue is whether or not Richard Allen is guilty or innocent of the murder of Abby and Libby. And so they will not be testifying about Richard Allen's intent regarding the offense. They won't be testifying about the truth or falsity of allegations against Richard Allen. They won't be testifying to any legal conclusion, and they won't be testifying as to whether or not another witness's testimony is truthful. They won't be vouching for another witness. The state also doesn't think that 403 applies or that this testimony will be in violation of 403. The probative value of the testimony of the correctional officers. Oh boy. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. Oh, okay. Whew. I thought somebody was saying something really weird to me on a comment, but it was their name. That was weird. I was like, oh my gosh, thank God. Again, the defense has brought into play Richard Allen's mental health, and this testimony will help the jury understand his daily life, his daily actions and functions, and do not believe it's in violation of 403. There's several cases that talk about these various things. Judge, I know the court's familiar with the case law on this, and so I don't cite all those. This guy doesn't take a break, does he? Or maybe it's me. The important one to talk about, skilled witness. I don't want to give the court that case because I think it's of key importance in this situation. We are going to have law enforcement officers testify where they have past experience, and that's some precedents from 1985. And that talks about skilled witnesses. And so the state would ask, and again, the state will go through questions with each officer to qualify their experience, their training, and happily do that outside the presence of the jury. I know what's happening here. It's me. But the state will build a foundation with each witness to show the court they do have the experience and training and knowledge and testify. If not as an opinion witness, as a skilled witness, judge. Like when they go on like that, I guess I don't take a proper break. Like when they do this, it's like I'm taking a little breath in between. But when they go on like this, I feel like I should make my own little breaks and try to, I feel like I'm not taking a breath. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, yeah, I'll be lurking. My daughter has a cough. Doug, do you Discord, young man? Well, hopefully she feels better. And if you fall asleep, I'll see you next time. And thank you for the fishy intermission video. You're awesome. All right, thank you. And so I'm going to take a break. Not a break. I'm going to try and breathe instead of just reading this all for some reason without them telling me when I do this. I'm an idiot. So thank you, Mr. Rotzi. Judge, I would just respond by saying this. The reason why they're going to bring every one of these people in is because they're going to want the jury to hear that he said something incriminating in front of that person. That's the whole purpose for bringing them. And so the idea that all that, by extension, you can then say, oh, do you think he was faking it or telling the truth, is asking that witness to conclude his guilt or innocence. There we go. That felt good. I'm gonna have to make my own breaks. And so, those two things are married together. You cannot separate them in this case, or they wouldn't be marching these people in. And so it does violate Rule 704, and the court should, really think about that. The idea that somebody, let's just use an example, that guard A. Guard number 1 comes in and says, Rick Allen told me that, he ushered those girls down the hill and he got scared and he killed them. Well, do you think that he was faking it when he told you that? Or do you think that he was being genuine? That in and of itself cannot be separated from the statement and opinions about that guard, about his mental state at the time, cannot be separated from the statement that he just was alleged to have made. And so it is a direct violation of Rule 704. And I'd ask the court to take that into consideration. I would also point out this. The Department of Corrections has a team of mental health representatives that are assigned to each of these inmates, specifically, in this case, Mr. Allen. There's going to be doctors, F.G. Walla. You've already heard from her. Dr. Martin is the second one who is on the state's witness list, who is a psychiatrist who signed a bunch of orders to have him injected with Haldol and other things. There are mental health workers at the prison. All of those people can come in and the state can attempt to establish foundations for them to testify about things that go to state of mind. But in his particular case, they are trying to do it through inmates and guards. And we, of course, believe that's inappropriate. Thank you. Anything else? Mr. Boss McClellan. Oh, boy. 1 sec. I need a drink. You're right. I should, eh? And once you lose it, it's hard to get it back. I should take 5 minutes. 1 second. And we're back. Oh boy. Thank you. That was the fishy intermission break for the breath break. Judge, that's wrong. That's not what the state is using this information for. We're not going to have the guards up there to testify about the truthfulness of his statements. That's not the intent. They're going to testify about his behavior and whether his behavior was genuine or not based on their training and experience. The opinion of experts is not the only opinion that's admissible in court. We have these rules because lay opinion and skilled witness opinion is admissible. They're not going to testify about the veracity the veracity of his statements. They're going to testify about his behavior and whether or not they thought he was faking it or not. I chugged a big, huge chocolate milk. Maybe there was like caffeine or something in it. I feel wired. Man, like one of those medium sized, not the big chocolate milk, not the small one. It's like a 500 milliliter chocolate milk. I chugged it. I don't know. Getting high on cocoa or something. These are people that are able to observe Richard Allen 24 hours a day, that stand in front of his cell, that are with him on a daily basis. And so their opinion is valuable to the jury to understand, as opposed to an expert who's only interviewed Richard Allen once or twice, or interviews him once or twice a week. These people are around Richard Allen every day. And so we do believe. The state does believe it's admissible. Judge. And that's all. Nothing else. Judge. Oh boy. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Whew. Oh my goodness. Let's do this. Whew. 1 second. Please hold. And we're back. So, okay. Well, I mean, based on the argument, you know the witnesses, unnamed witnesses, but the folks that you've mentioned here in the motion. The various prison guards, inmates, law enforcement officers, and other potential DLC staff members. They can clearly testify about their observations of the defendant and his behavior. They can testify about what he said. They can testify about what he was doing when he said it. They can testify as to whether or not they believe he's guilty or innocent. So that's clearly inappropriate. That's not for them to determine. That's for the jury to decide. And if the state can lay a foundation based on their experience and observations and amount of time that they've spent with him over a period of time, they can testify about their perceptions of Mr. Allen as a skilled witness. Boy. And we're back. It feels stuffy in here. That's what it is. I'd have to hear more from the specific witnesses about whether or not they can testify as to whether they believe it was genuine or not. And by genuine, I mean the statements, if the statements, and what. Their observations of his behavior, if that is genuine. So, that's up in the air, because that depends on the foundation that you can lay with those particular individuals. But they can clearly testify about their observations of him and about his behavior and about what he said and what he was doing, but not on his ultimate guilt or innocence. That is not for them to determine. That leaves us then with the defense state's motion in limine regarding this. Should I highlight that? Oh boy. Miss Diener will be arguing now, Judge. Okay. And then Mr. Luttrell will be arguing the one on Mr. Tobin. Okay. Thank you, Judge. Miss Diener. Thank you, Judge. Oh my God, I could take 2 minutes, guys. How about this? Oh my God. Fish, are you still here? Can I watch a bit more of that video? I need 2 minutes. Let's just watch part of that again. I hope you're still here. Oh, I'll turn it down a bit. Oh, I gotta take 2 minutes and just get my breath back. Okay, 2-3 minutes.
Hi, thank you guys for joining me. This video is going to be about memory and eyewitness testimony. Eyewitness testimony is one of the most important types of evidence in the justice system. It can be used to convict or acquit a defendant, and it can have a profound impact on the lives of everyone involved. But eyewitness testimony is not always reliable. In fact, studies have shown that eyewitnesses are often inaccurate, and their testimony can be influenced by a number of factors. The human brain is an incredibly complex organ, and it's not always perfect. When we see something, our brains don't simply record a perfect image of the object. Instead, our brains process the information and create a mental representation of the object. This mental representation is what we remember.
I study false memories. People believe that memory works like a recording device. You just record the information, then you call it up and play it back when you want to answer questions or identify images. But decades of work in psychology has shown that this just isn't true. Our memories are constructive. They're reconstructive. Memory works a little bit more like a Wikipedia page. You can go in there and change it, but so can other people.
So this is a problem for eyewitness testimony. If memory is reconstructive, then it's not accurate. In its reconstruction, it's changed and will produce errors. False memories are Bartlett called confabulations. It's how misleading information influences memory. This can include leading questions. So the words that I use to ask a question can imply a certain response. And this influences the memory that someone reports.
Significant studies that illustrate how outside factors can influence and change our memories. So in this one study that she did, they had participants watch a video of an accident, and then they asked them questions about what they remember. They would ask the groups in different ways, like
contacted, hit, bumped, collided, and smashed. And each verb resulted in a different average estimation of speed. A week later, in a follow-up interview, the researchers asked participants if they saw any smashed glass on the scene. Even though there was no smashed glass in the original video, those participants who have been primed with the concept of a high-speed crash in the smashed condition were most likely to report that they had seen broken glass. The power of a word.
Oh, those people likely don't even remember how that question was phrased to them, but it changed their actual memory of the event. That's crazy. And so a year later, those same people were like, let's do another study. And they showed the participants a bunch of like car crashes, or like, I don't know if it was a bunch, but they showed the participants like car crash where multiple cars crashed into each other. And then they either asked them, I'm just gonna let this guy tell you guys what the study was about. So here you go.
The following year, Loftus published another paper on leading questions and reliability of eyewitness testimony, this time with Zanny. This time the difference is even more subtle, but amazingly influential. Participants again watched a video of a road accident, this one involving multiple vehicles. Having watched the video, participants were asked a series of questions about the scene. Some participants were asked whether they had seen a broken headlight. They were asked if they had seen the broken headlight. The researchers' use of the definite article the in the question led to twice the number of false reports of seeing a broken headlight in the video. There was no broken headlight in the video, but that sneaky little three-letter word led so many witnesses to swear that there had been.
That is just an example of like a tiny, tiny word in a question that this isn't a conspiracy that all these law enforcement are purposely trying to get the witnesses to say something. It's just a small detail that could have a big impact. Like it all starts with a really small detail that breaks one of those data points early on, and it's a very small little detail in the beginning in the way that they asked it. Could very much influence their whole memory of that event and create a false memory. Say, oh, do you remember Dave was late to work last Friday? And it's a really like familiar place. You can picture yourself at work, so that's like not a stretch. And you work with Dave all the time. You can picture Dave coming into work. Some days he's been late. Last Friday, he wasn't. But the way you say, do you remember he was late last Friday? It's an easy jump to be like, Yeah, I remember that. Maybe it wasn't last Friday. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. But like now in your head, it's last Friday. What color shirt was Dave wearing? And then you'd be like, come up with it in your head. Blue, because that's like the most likely color shirt. And you've seen Dave wear many blue shirts, and you picture it in your head. And now Dave was wearing that blue shirt when he was late on Friday, when he was never even late on Friday. Maybe he was late 3 months ago, but not last Friday. But now you remember him being late last Friday. You remember what shirt he was wearing. You remember what music was playing. Like, you have this whole memory in your head that you are not intentionally lying, and you believe it's real, and it's not necessarily real. Post-event information. Witnesses can be influenced by information they encounter after the event, which can alter their memory of what happened. For instance, if a witness hears another person's account of the event or reads a news article about it, they may inadvertently adopt some of the details from these sources as their own memories, even if they didn't actually witness those details. Misinformation effect. This phenomenon occurs when people are more likely to remember false information that was presented to them after the event than the accurate information they originally witnessed. This can lead to creation of...
And we're back. Okay, I put my fans on. Is it too loud? I don't know if you can you hear it? I hope it's not too bad, but I took a fisherman's friend. So I felt like I wasn't getting air. It just felt stuffy. So let's do this. Thank you, Judge. With regard to IPAS, this motion is filed based on past experience in the 3 days of motions that we had heard in Carroll County. IPAS was used to some extent with some of those witnesses, specifically FG Wall. And you know what? I think I need to stop. How about I continue this tonight? Because it just feels stuffy. I need fresh air or something. I'll go for a walk outside. So, how about this? Thank you for being here. And I will finish up right. I'll start from this part again. Right here. Where this one starts. Diener starts. Right here. I will start right here. No way I can stop. Right. So, thank you for being here. And thank you, Dewey. You're awesome. And Fishy, you're amazing. And anyone else who is still here. Linz, catch the replay. Loon, thank you for being here. Nicole, sorry I woke you. Oh, Lucy came in to say happy Friday. Is it? Oh my God, it's Friday out. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, I just feel stuffy. Nothing's wrong. I feel perfect. I just feel stuffy. So it's freezing outside, but I should go for a nice walk outside. It'll wake me up. And then I'll come home and sleep like a normal person. All right, guys. Thanks for being here. And I'll be back tonight. All right? Are you okay? My right hip and my arm are so sore. Oh my God, what happened? Did you fall? Oh my God, are you going to be okay? Nothing broken, I guess, right? You'd know if you're broken bones. Well, looks like we all need to rest up. You guys get better. Thank you for being here. You warm up. And you settle down. I'm just kidding. You rest up and you thaw. You thaw those pipes out, young man. It's freezing there. So I'll play my outro so you'll have a couple minutes to say goodbye, okay? So thanks for being here, guys. And I will continue this tonight. Alrighty? Special thanks to Criminal Network and Fishy. So bye.
Ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low five.
Let's get out of here.